What's in a name? In your personal life, your name has a very close association with your identity. It's probably the first thing that comes to mind when somebody thinks about you. Your name could have ties to who you are as a person. It could have ties to your family and where you come from. And it could have ties to the history of your family. So a name might give insight into history and culture and geography, identity. There's a ton of great stories in fiction or fantasy or sci-fi where one of the characters knows one of the other characters' names, and knowing somebody's name can give you control or knowledge or power over them. For Shakespeare, or maybe I should say for Juliet in Romeo and Juliet, a name is just a name. It doesn't really mean anything. She says, "What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. A rose, not a rose, would smell just as sweet." The idea is that a name is just a label that we put on something in order to try to make sense of the experience of what it is. So you could call a rose a flower, and it won't really change what that rose is. It won't change the smell of it, or the visual of it, or the feelings that it evokes. But historically, names matter. And they do come to have meaning. Because ultimately, when decades or millennia pass by, all we're left with is the name and what it symbolizes and what it means to the people who are looking at it. A name will come to have meaning, even if it was just an invented label slapped onto something haphazardly. If people still abide by that name over the course of history, then 500 years later, that's what you are. Which brings us to the Aztec Empire. When you think about the name Aztec and what that name symbolizes about the Aztec Empire, who they were as a people, and what we know about them, the name carries a meaning and a story. We think of apocalyptic religious beliefs. We think of human sacrifice, war, brutality, superstition, and maybe most prominently, the Spanish conquest of the Aztec. All of this is what's in a name for the Aztec name. But what's interesting here is that the name Aztec is completely made up. There were no Aztec people. Nobody at the time of the Aztec Empire would have said they were Aztec. The term Aztec seems to have been essentially made up by historians to describe this particular empire that was flourishing in the 1400s and early 1500s in modern-day Mexico. The people themselves would have called themselves the Mexica, Mexica. And when we think about the Mexica people and how we've assigned a name to them that they themselves would not have used, and when you think about the narratives that the term Aztec comes with in the modern day and the things that most of us have learned about the Aztec Empire, narratives of apocalypse and war and human sacrifice, superstition, you begin to wonder if that name of Aztec is just a label, and if it doesn't fully represent the Mexica people, then what else about that story is misrepresented, or doesn't fully add up, or is misleading, or is blatantly false? And when you combine this idea of what a name means and what a label means, when you combine that with the romanticism of the history behind the Aztec Empire, and particularly their clash of civilizations with the Spanish Empire, you have the makings of a very intriguing historical event. And it was a clash of civilizations. In 1519, when the Spanish, led by Hernando Cortez, and the Aztec, led by their Emperor Moctezuma, when they met outside the enormous pyramids of Tenochtitlan, this was two fully organized, top-dog empires near the peak of their powers, who a mere handful of years before were pretty much completely unaware of the other's existence. The war that followed and the aftershocks of that war and the Spanish occupation of Mexico would be felt for hundreds of years and are still felt today. So when we talk about names and meanings and narratives, here's why it matters. Because it might be history's greatest story. And it's so dramatic because nothing like this story will ever happen again. At least not on this planet. Now, as you might expect here, there's a lot of little bits of information and misconceptions that need to get out of the way before you can even start to tell the story. When we talk about the Mexica people, we are talking about a ethnic group that originated in the modern-day Southwest United States, migrates down into what we would now call Mexico, and settles in the city of Tenochtitlan. The empire that Mexica ethnic group forges, we now call the Aztec Empire. So the empire and the city-states that were allied to it can be called the Aztec Empire, while the Mexica were the ethnic group that essentially made up the empire. From a historical scholarship perspective, it's one of those interesting questions, right? Because, again, this term Aztec was a later creation, something that came hundreds of years after the Mexica people created and lost their empire. But the term Aztec is what everybody knows them as, at least the common person. And it's what most people use in the common day to avoid confusion, because probably the average person who doesn't know the story, they don't know what Mexica means. So it seems that a lot of people in the history realm use the terms Aztec and Mexica pretty much synonymously, although they don't exactly mean the same thing. Another thing to note is that the Mexica people spoke what's called Nahua, Nahua. So the Mexica belonged to a sort of larger language and cultural group that we call the Nahua. We'll get into this later, but there are still about 1 million Nahua speakers in modern-day Mexico today. Another important thing to note is that for hundreds of years, almost everything we knew about the Aztec people and Aztec history comes from the perspective of the Spanish. And this is because of the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire from 1519 to about 1521. For many people that are interested in this subject, that's all there is to it. How a couple hundred conquistadors on what was essentially an exploratory mission conquered one of the great empires of all time, toppled it completely. This story of the Spanish conquest has evoked controversy, and it's the subject of heated historical debates about how it happened, why it happened, what it says about the Spanish, and what it says about the Aztec in the process. And again, for many people, that's all there is. But we have to understand that there's actually hundreds, thousands of years of history before the Spanish arrive that are going to be relevant to the story of the Mexica people. And for millions of people, there was life after 1521. History didn't suddenly end when the war ended, although that seems to be the way many people in the history world think, unfortunately. So given all of that, a lot of what we know comes from the Spanish perspective. The Mexica people generally didn't have a writing system in the same way the Spanish did. They certainly had an oral tradition that spanned hundreds of years at least, but their writing system was not a phonetic system. It was more pictographs and these types of things that could be used in ledgers and religious ceremonies where pictures could represent larger meanings and stories. But very few of these survived the Spanish purging after the conquest, and so we don't have a lot of the original Aztec writings or really much of what they wrote down before 1519. So this has shaped the story of how we view the Aztec Empire in all kinds of ways. And some of the brutality and the myth of the Aztec Empire, and when I say myth here, I don't mean myth that it was false. I mean kind of this larger than life story that has become ingrained in the minds of textbooks and history classes and popular culture. Again, because all of the histories were written down by Spanish. Hernando Cortez wrote letters on a consistent basis. The people that were with him during the conquest of the Aztec Empire were writing letters home. They were writing journals. After the conquest, they were writing things and trying to put it into narrative format in order to sell books. And all of this put the Aztec Empire, from a history perspective, into a box. And the name of the Aztec came to be associated with the idea of the human sacrificing, superstitious barbarian. Historian Camilla Townsend, in her book Fifth Son, says, quote, "The picture of the Aztecs that has emerged is blood-curdling. The flint knives with their embedded eyes, the sacrificial stones, the skull racks, all leave indelible images in the imagination. We moderns look at them and then invent the accompanying scene, the spoken words, the music, and the context. We envision orgies of violence, like the one depicted in the film Apocalypto. Textbooks present these same images and teach young people that the nobler native peoples were waiting to be released from a regime of such cruelty. The books written by 16th century Spaniards likewise encouraged readers to believe that the people whom the conquistadors defeated were barbaric in the extreme, that God willed the end of their civilization as it encapsulated all that was wrong with human nature. Even those written by more sympathetic observers, those Spaniards who lived in an indigenous community and learned the language, are filled with condescension towards the people they never quite came to understand, interpreting events through a European set of expectations, and thus seeing the choices the Indians made as bizarre at best." End quote. As Camilla Townsend points out there, if we only look at one side of the story, we're not going to get a three-dimensional perspective on who the Mexica people were and what the Aztec Empire was all about. And what's interesting is that after the conquest, many people in the former Aztec Empire who were being incorporated into the Spanish colonial system began to learn how to speak and write Spanish. And on the flip side, some Spanish priests or friars or educators of some sort also learned the Nahuatl language and writing system. And so you get this post-conquest history that begins to start incorporating the indigenous voices into the story. One of these historical documents is called the Florentine Codex. And it's just one example of a Nahuatl or Mexica history that begins to start incorporating some of the oral tradition from before the Spanish conquest, and then they are able to start writing it down. And over time, as historians have debated it and tried to decide how much of that story is valid, given that a lot of it comes from oral tradition maybe hundreds or even thousands of years old. They try to figure out which parts represent bias on which side and which parts match up with the Spanish description of things. And over time, we've gotten a more three-dimensional view of who the Aztecs were. It's also very much worth mentioning that leading this charge of historians painting the Aztec Empire and the Mexica people in a more three-dimensional perspective is historian Camilla Townsend. I think her book, Fifth Son, is one of the best history books I've read, period, and it forms the backbone, really, of this podcast series. We're going to cite a bunch of other historians and anthropologists and all of these types of people, but Fifth Son by Camilla Townsend is absolutely recommended if you want to learn about the Aztec Empire. And that's what we are going to do with this podcast series. And we're going to start where all good stories start, at the beginning. The beginning of this story starts with the migrations of early man all the way from Africa into Asia, across the Siberian land strait into what we would now call Alaska, into North America, through Central America into South America. We know that early man, at least as we know it, began in Africa, and there are these migrations that go out from Africa spreading into different regions of the Eastern Hemisphere. The dates on this vary, but Camilla Townsend seems to think that around 14,000 BC or 13,000 BC, or somewhere around there, hunter-gatherer tribes began moving across this land bridge that connects Asia with the Americas. Nowadays, we call this the Bering Strait, and that land bridge doesn't exist anymore because around 11,000 BC, the land bridge melted, separating the two worlds, Western Hemisphere and Eastern Hemisphere, Old World and New World. And by the way, there is huge historical debate about when exactly these migrations happened and how early humanity made it into the Americas. There is some evidence that perhaps some groups of humans preceded these migrations south, and maybe they were sea people, or maybe they were going on canoes that got out ahead of the migrations. And we see some evidence from a little bit before the period of the main consensus of when these migrations happened. But for our purposes here, we're not going to focus on that stuff too much. We do know that these nomadic hunter-gatherer tribes are moving across the Bering Strait sometime around 13,000 years ago, and they're traveling through Alaska, through what we would now call Canada, and eventually landing close to the southwest United States. The question might be why? Why were these nomadic peoples moving south through the Americas? Perhaps they were just following the herds. We know that early hunter-gatherers probably did not rely on agriculture as much as a settled society of the modern day would. Maybe they were fleeing war or violence of some sort. Maybe they were looking for resources, or maybe they were just desperate. It might also be important to mention here that the vast distance that these migrations into the Americas had to travel was a lot further than the early groups of humans who settled in Europe or the Middle East or Asia. So some have argued that because of this, the development of agriculture that we begin to see happening when early man goes from hunting and gathering to mostly agriculture, that development happens much later in the Americas than it does in the Old World. And there's a lot of debate about how that transition to agriculture happens and why that transition to agriculture happens. But there's no debate that most societies in the world are now settled and rely on farming as sort of the basis of their food operation, and everything kind of goes from there. There's lots of interesting discussions to be had around this transition from early human, from hunter-gatherer to mostly agriculture. I did a series on this about James C. Scott's book, Against the Grain, a long time ago. So if you're interested in that, you can check it out. But it's important to note that the development of agriculture by early humans was not necessarily a linear progression. In that series, I called it a carousel. So it wasn't like people suddenly discovered how to farm and then immediately plopped down, and then all of the quote-unquote benefits of civilization that happen as a result of that, job specialization, trade, growing populations, more cities, all of those things don't just suddenly start happening right after the first person starts farming. In many areas of the world, there is this carousel where people continue to hunt and gather. They might mix in some farming here and there, and depending on the geography around them or the situation that they and their people are in, they might rotate between different strategies for feeding and sustaining themselves. In her book, Fifth Son, Camilla Townsend talks about this carousel idea, and she notes that things don't always happen in the same order or in a linear progression, like we just said. And we also shouldn't assign morality to the development of agriculture. In other words, as James C. Scott argues as well, just because you have a more sophisticated state that is more able to do a wider variety of things, that doesn't necessarily mean that's a better way to live than maybe that hunting, gathering, carousel lifestyle and the benefits that that could give you. But Camilla Townsend does say that agricultural societies do tend to become more powerful civilizations. And this would seem to track with common sense. If you forget about the morals, farming civilizations do tend to dominate. Camilla Townsend says, quote, "Not that farmers are necessarily happier than hunter-gatherers, or smarter, or more moral, nor do they always invent the same things in the same order, or even the things we would expect them to invent. The ancient Andean farmers, for example, never thought of straining plant fibers through screens to create paper on which to write, as those in the Old World did. Instead, they wrote in knots and braids along colored cords and tied them together to record their prayers and their tax records. And the Europeans, later famous for their fighting, were not the ones to create the first explosives. The supposedly peaceful and self-contained Chinese did that. The point is that farming peoples always developed mightier civilizations, in the sense of being able to defeat people who had not developed comparable weapons and goods, and whose populations had not grown equivalently." End quote. Ultimately, agriculture does lead to a more sedentary lifestyle, growing populations, more inventions and technology, cities, and, as Camilla Townsend pointed out there with gunpowder, trade, sophisticated economic strategies and resources. And her argument here is that because those migrations all the way back from Africa across the Bering Strait into the Americas, because that group of migrations was the last and longest distance to travel, it took about an extra 5,000 years for agriculture to emerge in large quantities and in serious intensity in the Americas. So that's why in your history textbooks, we learn about the ancient river valley civilizations, Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, India. They were much more ahead of the game in terms of settling down, developing bigger populations, trading, developing new technologies and strategies to become more powerful. And you can add on to this that in the Americas, they didn't have access to the same crops. So there was no wheat, there was no peas, which were certainly beneficial crops to people of the old world. All that being said, corn became the primary crop of the people of Mesoamerica, beans as well. And we do see more settled agricultural farming societies by right around 1500 BC in the Americas. But this difference or this lag in time where the old world is developing agriculture and long distance trade and all of the specialization of labor, these types of things are developing much faster in the old world than they are in the new world. And that's going to make a big difference in this story later on. The first major settled agricultural civilization that we know about in Mesoamerica, or basically modern day Mexico, is called the Olmec civilization. They lasted from around 1500 BC to about 400 BC. We're not exactly sure what happened to make them decline. But we do know that they developed corn and bean agriculture. They mixed in fishing and seafood into their diet. They had particular cultures and institutions that influenced most of the other civilizations in Mexico, including the Maya. The Maya were a collection of city-states that often made war on each other, and often one city-state would dominate for a period of time. They were located on the Yucatan Peninsula of eastern Mexico, and we still can see the grand architecture that they created at places like Chichen Itza. And speaking of grand architecture, the city of Teotihuacan eventually becomes the inheritor of central Mexican power after the Olmec and a city-state called Coatzacoalcos have their demise. Teotihuacan flourished from about 200 to 600 CE. We can still see the incredible ruins of the city even today. And at its height, the city must have been something to see. Camila Townsend says, quote, "Between the 200s and the 600s, in the wake of Coatzacoalcos' destruction by the volcano, the population of the 20 square mile city rose to an astounding 50,000. The most sumptuous households were for the nobility, but each neighborhood was impressive in its own right, and each had its own character and trade. The largest neighborhood was that of the obsidian craftsmen who worked with the volcanic material that resembled black glass, making spearheads, knives, statues, jewelry, and mirrors. Indeed, the city had been founded near an important obsidian mine, and when it was exhausted, people found another mine 70 kilometers away and began to have the stone carried to them by slaves from conquered states. The potters were also known for their expertise. Like the obsidian products, their work was sent hundreds of miles away, where other goods were traded in exchange. In small enclaves in the city lived merchants from other regions, whose presence guaranteed the continuance of long-distance trade. In the remains of their cooking and their garbage pits, they left behind evidence of their foreign ways of doing things. All around the city, in a great circle, were the huts of the farming peoples and their irrigation ditches. The farmers did not feed the city all on their own, however. Other foodstuffs came in as payments of tribute from less powerful peoples. The city apparently even made war on or traded with some of the Maya kingdoms, far to the east, for the influence of Teotihuacan was later visible there." End quote. So this incredible city-state influences basically all of Mexico from around 200 to 600. Architecture, stories, art, astronomy, war. And future civilizations, including the Aztec, would see themselves as the inheritors of this tradition. Teotihuacan going all the way back to the Olmec. Now in 650 CE, there was a great rebellion of some sort in Teotihuacan. It was probably of peasants or slaves, based on how we know that from the archaeological evidence, the peasants or slaves who were involved in the rebellion burned down palaces and temples, but they did not burn ordinary homes. So usually in this region of the world, or even in other regions of the world, when we're talking about war, we see the opposite pattern emerge, where the houses of the ordinary people are the ones that get wiped out, burned and pillaged, while the upper classes generally can retreat behind their wealthy barriers. So the fact that the temples and the wealthier palaces were burned makes historians think that this must have been some sort of peasant or slave rebellion. And as Teotihuacan is declining, we also see a lot of nomadic migrant people raiding their way south from what nowadays we would call the American Southwest. These groups of migrants are the cultural group and language group that we call the Nahua. So there's different ethnic groups that make up the Nahua cultural group, but the Mexica are one of these Nahua groups that are migrating south during this period around 500, 600 CE. You also have ethnic groups like the Chichimet or the Colwa. And these groups all share this Nahua cultural tradition and this Nahua language. The Mexica in particular have a lot of distinct cultural and societal developments. The development of the bow and arrow doesn't come until around the year 500, but you can imagine why it would be helpful for a group of nomadic migrant people who are raiding their way south. They have sophisticated timekeeping and calendar systems with two parallel streams, astronomical and ceremonial, similar to our current system where we have a 365-day year centered around the Earth going around the sun, and we also have a Monday to Sunday ceremonial week. The Nahua migrants and the Mexica began streaming into central Mexico, and they also pick up a lot of the central Mexican traditions, stuff from Teotihuacan, stuff from the Olmec, cultural traditions like sports and games that they play in towns or town squares, or even in the center of cities surrounded by pyramids. Eventually, another empire known as the Toltec Empire picks up the power vacuum left behind by Teotihuacan, and they rule from about 600 to 1200-ish in certain parts of central Mexico. The Toltec were a mix of the Chichimec, who were one of the Nahua nomadic groups, and there were probably some other central Mexican, Mesoamerican, Olmec-influenced cultures in there as well. And around 1200, the Toltec civilization would decline, and Chichimec influence with it as well. They would become wanderers once again. Chichimec, by the way, means dog people, nomads, and this is something that a Nahua cultural group would be proud of. These Nahua migrations and the Mexica migrations with them lasted for hundreds of years, and they were influenced by the civilizations that came before them, like the Olmec or Teotihuacan. And again, you can try to imagine what it might have been like for a Nahua group to come across the ruins of Teotihuacan in the year 650 or so, seeing these incredible pyramids and incredible structures, seeing them completely abandoned, and then being the inheritors of that grand civilization. You can get a hint at how amazed the Mexica people must have been by the ruins of Teotihuacan just by the name Teotihuacan, which means the place of those who had great gods, or the birthplace of the gods. And so you have these nomadic people who are in absolute awe over this incredible city, yet they have their own deep and incredible culture and background and history, and they view themselves as the protectors of Teotihuacan and what it represents, even if in some ways they are outsiders. In some ways, it reminds me a little bit of the Western Roman Empire, right? Where the western part of the Roman Empire is declining, and by 476, the city of Rome is getting sacked by what the Romans would call barbarians. But what's interesting is that those barbarians the very same ones that the Romans called uncivilized, would spend the next 500, 1,000 years, maybe more, trying to lay claim to the influence and the heritage of ancient Rome. So in a similar way, these Nahua peoples and the Mexica were nomadic wanderers who became the inheritors of this older, grander civilization. But the Mexica brought their own beliefs and their own culture to the table as well. They were never the most powerful of these migrant groups, at least not at first, and they developed a very underdog perspective. They often found themselves under the foot of some of the other Nahua nomadic groups, in particular the Kolwa, and it seems that they would often lose those battles. Camilla Townsend talks about a princess of the Mexica known as Shieldflower, who was taken as a prisoner of war in one of these battles with King Kashkash of the Kolwa, and she was burned at the stake. Camilla Townsend talks about the Mexica princess getting burned here, saying, quote, "As the flames rose, Shieldflower stood tall. She now had nothing left to lose. Tears streamed down her face, and she screamed at her enemies. People of Culhuacan, I go to where my God lives. My people's descendants will all become great warriors. You will see." After she died, the Kolwas washed her blood and ashes away, but they could not wash away the dread that her words had awakened in them. End quote. Townsend goes on to say, quote, "It isn't necessary to believe that we can hear the exact words of this conversation held in 1299 to know that the essentials are true. Archaeological and linguistic evidence, as well as the written historical annals of multiple Mexican towns, all indicate that the ancestors of the people, now known as the Aztecs, came down from the north over the course of several centuries. That those who came last found themselves without land, and that they then had to jockey for power in the fertile Central Valley. We know how they waged war, and we recognize the symbolic significance of the chiefly daughters and sisters raised to mother the next generation's chiefs. We even know that the people of the valley educated their noble girls to be almost as stoical as their brothers in times of duress, and that Shieldflower and Lily were both common indigenous names for noble daughters. In short, the story of Shieldflower would have been the story of more than one young woman." End quote. So hopefully we can start to piece together this picture of Mesoamerican history. We have a little bit of a combination of more settled civilizations who are exerting influence through architecture and culture and institutions, places like Teotihuacan or the old Olmec civilization or the Toltecs. And mixed in with that, we have these nomadic groups. The Nahua was the major migratory group, and they consisted of ethnic groups like the Mexica or the Kolwa or the Chichimec. And sometimes it was hard to distinguish which one was the settled civilization, which one was the nomad. We do have this carousel of different groups taking power at different times. And we do have this idea that the Mexica are viewing themselves not just as the underdog who is prepared to have their moment in the sun, but they're also the inheritors of grander civilizations that came before them. And as Camilla Townsend points out in that story with Shieldflower being burned at the stake by her enemies, she's vowing revenge. This is a hard, tough people who have dealt with a harsh migration over thousands of miles. Over the course of hundreds of years, they've developed enemies, they've fought wars, and they've endured. They've survived. And that's what it meant to be a Mexica. They believed that sacrifice was necessary to achieve greatness, and they believed that their time would come. Maybe the oldest Mexica story that we know about centers around this idea of sacrifice and how they thought the world began. Camilla Townsend shares the story that's found in a document called The Annals of Tlatelolco, a Mexica history from the 16th century. Quote, "The Aztecs would never recognize themselves in the picture of the world that exists in the books and movies that we have made. They thought of themselves as humble people who had made the best of a bad situation and had shown bravery and thus reaped its rewards. They believed that the universe had imploded 4 times previously, and they were living under the 5th sun, thanks to the extraordinary courage of an ordinary man. Elders told the story to their grandchildren. When all was in darkness, when the sun had not yet shone and the dawn had not yet broken, the gods gathered and spoke among themselves. The divinities asked for a volunteer from the few humans and animals creeping about in the darkness. They needed someone to immolate himself and thus bring forth a new dawn. A man who was very full of himself stepped forward and said he would do it. Who else, the gods asked, but their question was met with silence. None dared, no one else came forward. The gods called on a quiet man who sat listening. His name was Nanahuatzin. He had not thought of himself as a hero, but he accepted the task readily, on the grounds that the gods had been good to him in the past. The 2 men were made ready for sacrifice, the proud hero receiving beautiful, precious accoutrements, but Nanahuatzin only paper trinkets, reeds, and pine needles. At last, it was time. The hero went forward. The flames flared up high, and he became terrified. He stopped in the fear, turned about, went back. He tried again. But he could in no way dare to do it. The gods turned to Nanahuatzin and stared at him. He hardened his heart, shut his eyes firmly, and did not stop short. He jumped. His flesh crackled and sizzled. The gods sat waiting. Then began the reddening of the sky all around, and the sun rose in the east, its life-giving rays penetrating everywhere. Without fanfare, Nanahuatzin had done what was needed to save life on Earth." End quote. So the Mexica believed that despite their small beginnings, if they continued to sacrifice and live humbly, they would eventually have their moment. And as Shieldflower proclaimed in that story we quoted earlier, they would have their revenge. And all the other peoples of central Mexico and all the other Nahua migrants who weren't allied with the Mexica would pay. The Mexica believed that they just needed one break. Something would go their way once, they would get lucky one time, and that would propel them where they wanted to go. At some time in the mid-1300s, on their migrations, in their nomadic lifestyle, the Mexica came across a lake. There was an island in the center of the lake, and there was nobody else around. The land was marshy and difficult to live on, but the Mexica thought they could farm on it. They knew that they could catch fish in the lake, and they thought it might be a place to build a great city. After hundreds of years of wandering and suffering, the Mexica had finally found their place. They had found their moment. And maybe soon they could find their revenge. The Mexica called this city on the lake Tenochtitlan. There's an incredible science fiction book by Byzantine scholar Arkady Martine, and the book is called A Memory Called Empire. The epigraph of the novel, so the first thing you see when you open the book, simply says, "This book is dedicated to anyone who has ever fallen in love with a culture that was devouring their own, And as I was reading and learning about the Mexica people who would eventually become the Aztec Empire, this quote from Arcady Martin lived in my memory. That particular book is complicated, but it's about a galactic empire of sorts who is going out and conquering the far reaches of the galaxy. And if you're one of the small planets or small systems that gets swallowed up by this giant empire, you have these conflicted feelings. On the one hand, you're subjected to what we might call colonialism or imperialism, the imbalances in power, the restrictions and degradations, and death and tragedy that often comes as a result of these things. But on the other hand, that same empire may bring things that you find yourself attracted to. History and culture and literature and the ability to be part of something that brings people together. And maybe you can start to see the logic behind this epigraph of being in love with a culture that is devouring your own. And again, I couldn't help but think of this as I read about the Aztec Empire, and in some ways it's such a perfect thematic fit for the rise and the fall of the Aztecs. In the last episode, we talked about how the Mexica were this ethnic group in these larger Nahua cultural migrations that were happening south through what we would call modern-day Mexico. And the Mexica are this underdog group. They're often at war with other nomadic groups that are migrating with them until they find themselves at Tenochtitlan, this city that they can build and turn things around for the Mexica people. And all the while, they've been absorbing some of the cultural legacies of people from the Olmec Empire or the great city of Teotihuacan. Eventually, one of the leaders of the Mexica would marry a Colwa woman, and the Colwa were one of these groups that the Mexica were warring with. So you have this period of fighting, but now you have this period of cultural integration. And this episode is going to be about how the Mexica people from their home in Tenochtitlan eventually subdued and controlled the entire Valley of Mexico. The once underdogs would now be the top dogs. And all of a sudden, it would be the city-states around Tenochtitlan who, despite being subdued and forced to pay tribute, they would want to contribute to the Aztec Empire, be part of that culture, love something that was devouring them. At least to some extent. As we're going to find out, there were many city-states and many peoples in the Valley of Mexico that were not very happy with Aztec rule, and this will make a big difference in the story as we go on. But there were certainly some. Again, we have this idea of falling in love with a culture that's devouring your own. And of course, the great irony of all of this is that that very same process is going to happen to the Aztec people when they get conquered by the Spanish. The Mexica would go from underdog to top dog, back to underdog. And despite the brutality of the Spanish conquest, which we are going to learn was quite devastating, think about all the people in the former Aztec Empire who ended up converting to Christianity. Or think about the number of people who were speaking Spanish just 50 or 100 years after the conquest. So this idea of conquest and defeat, cultures being subsumed and assimilated and absorbed into others, I think something to think about during this period of Aztec history that we're going to be talking about here in this episode. In the last episode, we left off with the Mexica finding and founding the city of Tenochtitlan, the city on the lake. The Mexica got to work quickly And one of the first things they did was build the floating gardens, sometimes called the chinampas. Historian Camilla Townsend, in her book Fifth Son, says, quote, "These were gardens arduously built in shallow waters by piling up mud and silt and then trapping some of the earth above the water level by constructing a wooden or straw basket ring wall. Chinampas, though difficult to build, were immensely fertile, and the Mexica were thus quick to follow their neighbors' example." End quote. The Mexica had learned from other city-states around them that this was the best way to farm in a aquatic environment, and they supplemented the Chinampas with hunting, of course, fishing, and gaining tribute and food from other city-states around them, which we're going to talk about soon. With a secure base at Tenochtitlan, the Mexica people were led by their Tlatoani, which basically means king or chief. And the Tlatoani would make decisions about which surrounding city-states, and there were many in the Valley of Mexico, which of them to ally with, which of them to try to conquer for tribute. Because remember, the Mexica come from this long period of migration, and they were part of these larger Nahua migrations where you had different ethnic groups who would often coalesce into city-states, and at times they would conquer each other and then reconquer each other, and you could have marriage alliances between city-states that would last for certain periods of time before someone broke the contract. Typically, you would have a top dog city-state that everybody would have to pay tribute to, but a city-state like Tenochtitlan, which was on the rise, could force tribute from smaller areas around them as long as they continued to pay tribute to the top dog. So one way to secure your position in this political landscape is conquest and gaining tribute. But another way is through marriage. The first big Aztec leader that the histories tell us about is a man named Acamapichli. And his father was a Mexica leader who married a Colwa woman. Remember that these were two groups that were fighting each other for a large portion of Mexica history. But this marriage merges the two groups together, and in some ways it makes the Mexica legitimate. And in this atmosphere of Tenochtitlan and the Mexica now being legitimate, it is Acamapichli who then marries a Colwa noblewoman of his own and has a son named Huitzahuili. But the Mexica Tlatoanis often had multiple wives and even palace concubines. And Acamapichli also had a son with one of these concubines named Itzcoatl. And these two sons of Acamapichli, Huitzahuili and Itzcoatl, demonstrate another important political theme of Tenochtitlan and this rising Mexica power, which is polygyny. Mexica leaders often had multiple brides, and they would have multiple sons, and oftentimes these sons would jostle for power as far as who's going to be the next ruler. It's important to understand that in this system of polygyny, there was no primogeniture, which means there was not automatic inheritance by the oldest son. What there was instead was kind of a coalescing of opinion over time as far as which son was going to be the most ready and the most primed to take over as leader. Oftentimes this had to do with feats in war or athletic abilities or general strength, because the Mexica felt that in this very fluid world of gaining tribute from other city-states and oftentimes being at war almost constantly, you wanted to have a leader who was experienced and capable in that realm. Historian Camilla Townsend talks about what would happen if there were multiple boys born of a Tlatoani as far as figuring out who was going to be the next ruler. She says, quote, "There was certainly no concept of primogeniture. It would have been utterly impractical in such a fluid world in which the people needed a highly competent leader, not merely one who happened to have been born first. Older boys, however, certainly had an advantage over younger ones. As the sons of a chief's most powerful wife grew up, their personalities and relative athletic abilities caused one among them to be perceived as the most likely heir, while his brothers grew to accept expectations that they would be high priests or powerful military figures who stood by his side. All would be equally well rewarded for their efforts, with gifts of land and other forms of wealth. So it was to all of the full brothers' advantage to support the one who seemed most likely an appropriate chief." End quote. So as Camilla Townsend says there, the rulership does not necessarily go to the older son, but there is this feeling out process where, over time, the city-state as a whole is going to get a sense for who becomes the next leader. There's no doubt that polygyny was a crucial part of the Aztec political system. And for the Mexica, it worked, at least during the period of their rise to power from the mid-1300s into the mid-1400s. But anyone familiar with ancient history knows that polygyny often comes with some pros and some cons. And of course, the major con is, what if you get a son or multiple sons who don't accept who the next ruler is going to be? And what happens if the sons of the king develop into factions? And you could see how this would easily lead to maybe even a civil war. And if not war, you can have rivalries and jealousies between the different wives and their offspring, and it certainly can be a source of division. Camilla Townsend outlines the pros of the polygyny system, saying, quote, "The Nahuas were so accustomed to the phenomenon that they did not see a problem. They saw it as a net positive, and in fact, they were not entirely wrong. Whatever our modern sensibilities may tell us, polygyny does have many benefits. It offers obvious pleasures to the senior male with multiple wives. And even the wives in such situations often say that it is a help to them as they age to bring younger women into the household, as many hands make light work. Nahua wives certainly never sought or expected romantic love from a husband. It did not surprise them when men were fickle, nor did anyone in their world blame the women. Furthermore, polygyny generally eliminates any possibility of a king dying without an heir, and it creates a veritable clan of young men who pride themselves on their relationships to each other and who will stand together in times of crisis." End quote. Such is certainly the case when things are going well. And for Huitzilopochtli, the son of Acamapichtli, things were going well. He ruled for about 24 years towards the end of the 1300s or maybe the beginning of the 1400s. He conquered a bunch of rival city-states and demanded tribute from them, enlarging the prestige of Tenochtitlan and expanding the scope of the territory that they controlled. He also made Tenochtitlan a tribute state of the big boss city-state of the Valley of Mexico at this time, which was Azcapotzalco. Azcapotzalco was a city-state made up primarily of the Tepanec ethnic group, another one of these Nahua wanderers. So Huitzilopochtli rules for, again, about 24 years, and he has a son named Chimalpopoca. And this is where the system of polygyny and political alliances that are happening in the Valley of Mexico through all of these different Nahua cultures and city-states starts to fracture. The big boss city-state of Azcapotzalco has a ruler named Mashtala, and he's doing all of the same things that we just described the Mexica doing. Marrying the wives of other city-states to form alliances, having various inheritors and sons of all sorts of different wives. using those sons to make more alliances with other city-states. And in the process of a long and convoluted series of wars here, Mashtla of Azcapotzalco ends up murdering the Mexica king, Chimalpopoca. With the city in crisis and no obviously good son of Chimalpopoca to rule, the Mexica turn to Itzcoatl. Remember that Itzcoatl was the son of a Camapichli from the slave woman's side. So he's the uncle of Chimalpopoca and the brother of Huitzilopochtli. Itzcoatl was a famed warrior, and the first thing he does is he allies the city-states of Tenochtitlan with Texcoco, who is a Colwa ethnic city-state, and Tlacopan, another powerful city-state in the area. The combined power of those three city-states is able to win the war versus Mashtla and avenge his people. And those three city-states ruling with Tenochtitlan as the top dog is essentially what we now call the Aztec Empire. And as top dog of the Aztec Empire, Itzcoatl and the Mexica in Tenochtitlan could go about establishing the political system that would allow them to build out Tenochtitlan. Itzcoatl would very cleverly allow Huitzilopochtli's son to rule after him and not his own son. And this was on the understanding that because of the polygyny system, you have these two different streams of rulers, going back to a Camapichli. One from his son from the Colwa noblewoman side, and the other from his son from the slave woman's side, who was Itzcoatl. Itzcoatl foresaw that this could lead to problems later. So again, he very cleverly decides to let Huitzilopochtli's son rule after him on the understanding that his own grandson would rule later. And eventually, as time went on, the bloodlines would mix. And as they continued alternating which side of the family would rule, eventually those bloodlines would mix and it would become less of an issue, which is exactly what happened. Heading into the middle 1400s, the Aztec Empire was becoming a powerhouse, and they continued to build out the city of Tenochtitlan. They would build public works like roads or great temples, continue fighting in wars and gaining more tribute. And I think it's worth discussing how this tribute system worked. After the Mexica conquered a city-state, they could demand a certain number of bales of cotton. They could demand bags of corn or beans. They could demand a certain amount of chocolate. And for states who resisted or rebelled consistently, those city-states could also be required to send people as sacrifices in religious ceremonies. And make no mistake about it, the fighting and the taking of slaves and prisoners of war could be absolutely brutal and total. This account of a Mexica conquest of another city-state comes from a Spanish friar known as Friar Duran. So the account happens way after the event took place, of course, and it's coming from the perspective of the Spanish, so you should take it with a grain of salt. So take it for what it's worth, but this does seem to be how the process of Mexica conquest went. The friar says, quote, "The soldiers from all the allied provinces took many captives, both men and women, for they and the Mexica entered the city, burned the temple, sacked and robbed the place. They killed old and young, boys and girls, annihilating without mercy everyone they could, with great cruelty and with the determination to remove all traces of the Washtec people from the face of the earth." End quote. After a conquest like this, prisoners of war would be captured, tethered together, and sent back to Tenochtitlan in chains. There, they could be divided up as slaves. Typically, the rich of the city would take some for work at the temples or in their own households. Women would be used as concubines, and some were sent to the temples to be sacrificed. But before we get to human sacrifice here, it's worth discussing slavery in Mexica society. And it's a little bit of a difficult subject to broach, along with all of these ideas around human sacrifice, because we do have these obvious stereotypes that have followed around the Aztecs since the beginning of the recording of their history, mostly by the Spanish. And we outlined some of these barbarian-style stereotypes in the first episode. But it is true that the Aztecs had slavery as one of the main pillars of their society. Generally, you did have slaves who were taken as prisoners of war, and sometimes the men were sacrificed. You could also have slaves who were there due to debts they had accumulated. People who committed crimes could become slaves. Servants could essentially indenture themselves into slavery, working as house slaves or sex slaves. And chiefs of other city-states could also sell people into slavery as tribute payment. All that being said, the children of slaves usually never became slaves. In a world where prisoners of war are taken rapidly and slaves are increasing in number, if you allow the children of slaves to become slaves, all of a sudden, you could be severely outnumbered. Of course, this was the great fear of later slave owners in colonial societies like the Spanish in Mexico or the United States South. And again, these ideas about Aztec slavery and Aztec human sacrifice are not misconceptions because they didn't happen. They did happen. As we just outlined, a Mexica conquest could be absolutely brutal. City-states around Tenochtitlan lived in absolute fear of them. They subjugated and killed countless people. But the misconception or the superstition around these two factors really comes down to why they did it. And most historians that I've read here offer up very human motivations. Power, control, fear, maybe just the knowledge that the Mexica people had gone through this themselves when they were the underdog nomadic groups and when they had to pay tribute to other more powerful city-states. Certainly not an excuse or a justification for slavery and human sacrifice, but we have to understand that these systems become political realities that are central to the overall political context that Tenochtitlan existed in. They were systems that were responses that worked politically for the Aztec Empire, not barbaric superstitions that they did because they were somehow subhuman or not intelligent enough to figure out that this stuff was wrong. Talking about human sacrifice in this context, Camilla Townsend says, quote, "Horrendous misconceptions have grown around the Aztec practice of human sacrifice. In novels, movies, and even some of the older history books, hundreds of people at a time were made to climb the narrow steps of the pyramids to the top, where their hearts were cut out and their bodies hurled downward, while the people screamed in near ecstasy below." End quote. In reality, human sacrifice was probably not the bloodthirsty, savage, superstitious violence that it often gets portrayed as in movies like Apocalypto. It was probably a quiet and ceremonial experience for the audience. Oftentimes, the sacrifice was treated as kind of being in a place of honor before being killed. In reality, it did not involve dozens or hundreds at a time, probably only a couple on holy days. It did have an association with the Aztec religion. We know that human sacrifice is important thematically for the religion of the Aztecs, but we don't have a great understanding of exactly what they believed and why. After all, some elements of religion are mystifying anyway. And the idea that gods would require human sacrifice of their people is not a uniquely Aztec idea at all. We see evidence of this throughout cultures and civilizations and also throughout religions. We see evidence of this in the Hebrew Bible, in English lore, and some people might even interpret the central mystery of Christianity with Jesus dying on the cross in this way as well. Again, we're not trying to make direct comparisons here. All we're trying to do is demystify this practice of human sacrifice a little bit and maybe put some historical context around it. But certainly as the Aztecs grew more powerful and as they captured more city-states and gained more territory, they did sacrifice more people and more enemies. And it's worth wondering what they might have thought about all this. Lots of ink has been spilt on the page and lots of voices speaking into microphones contemplating the morality of what the Aztecs were doing. The Spanish immediately were horrified by this practice of human sacrifice and terrified by it, which may have been the point from an Aztec perspective. And thus was born this legend of the Aztecs as superstitious, brutal killers who are somehow non-human. Camilla Townsend offers another narrative to this idea, wondering what the Aztecs thought about all this themselves. She says, quote, "Did they know that the world would not shatter like jade if they did not sacrifice living human beings? Did they laugh cynically at the terror they inspired and the political power they wielded as a result? Probably there were some brilliant strategists and far-seeing, experienced people who did, perhaps like Itzcoat. They would not have been alone among world leaders. We know that there were some Greek and Roman leaders, for instance, who questioned the very existence of the gods, yet did not let it shake their worldview. Surely there were many more of the Mexica who simply never thought much about it, like people in so many times and places who choose not to see the pain inflicted on other people when it is more convenient not to. Can we blame them? Should we blame them?" End quote. Maybe the reasons behind human sacrifice were actually very human. Maybe they believed the gods had to be honored and human sacrifice was the way to do this, so they did it. Maybe they thought they had been on the other side of conquest and oppression and tribute for a long time, and now it was their turn. Maybe they thought it was the duty of the strong to dominate the weak, and this is just how the world works. Or as Camilla Townsend said there, maybe they just didn't think about it at all. And what is more human than turning a blind eye to terror and suffering? Maybe that's the practical way to go about things. One Mexica story that mothers would apparently tell children, according to the Florentine Codex, says, quote, "On earth we live. We travel along a mountain peak. Over here is an abyss. Over there is an abyss. If you go this way or that way, you will fall in. Only in the middle do we go, do we live." End quote. So perhaps practicality was key for the Mexica. This major theme of political practicality and how much this rubs against superstition and ritual ceremony in Aztec history all comes together with something known as the Flower Wars. There was a city-state, a powerful one, known as Tlaxcala, and the Mexica were never able to fully suppress this powerful city-state. Tlaxcala was known as Bread Town, the place of the tortillas. It was located strategically on high ground, so it was very easy to defend. The Tlaxcalans had soldiers and tributaries of their own, and they never fully submitted to the Aztec Empire. What ends up happening is that on preordained days, the Aztecs and Tlaxcalans would go to war in the closest thing you'll ever find historically to the Hunger Games. They would choose the battlefield between them, agree on a spot to fight, and then they would go to war. Prisoners of war captured by Tenochtitlan would be sent home for human sacrifice or for slavery. And so at first glance, these flower wars, as they came to be known, seem to provide evidence for that superstitious narrative that we've been talking about with the Aztec. There's ritual and ceremonial components to warfare, and this connects to their religion and their need to sacrifice the human prisoners of war that they capture. So at first glance, this stuff seems like the very definition of superstition and ritual and brutal and violent behavior that doesn't really have a good explanation. Historically speaking, the Spanish and many others took all of this flower war stuff to mean that the version of Aztec warfare that mattered was just about collecting prisoners and ritually sacrificing them for religious purposes. There's a superstitious element to this, and some people attribute this to why the Spanish were able to conquer the Aztec, because the Aztecs seemed to just be about collecting prisoners for these ritual purposes. Meanwhile, the Spanish are concerned with winning. Unfortunately for that narrative of the Aztec, more modern scholarship basically says that none of that is accurate, and most of it can be misleading. Firstly, the Aztec desire for prisoners of war did satisfy their religion. But as anthropologist Barry L. Isaac points out, we have to remember that in ancient societies, religion is very much tied into the culture of any society. And it was the same way for the Aztec. Yes, the priests want victims to be able to sacrifice to the gods, but from a more human perspective, nobles in Aztec society could achieve honors or privileges by participating in something like the Flower Wars. By bringing home prisoners of war, they're going to look better in the eyes of the leader of Tenochtitlan. They're going to have more slaves to contribute to their household and their noble families. They're going to gain prestige for when it comes time to figure out who's in the rankings for advancements or positions in other war parties. Common people in Aztec society could actually rise up the ranks of society into the upper class. If they performed well in the Flower Wars, they could go from just a common grunt to a well-respected noble person. Secondly, Barry L. Isaac looks at what happens when the Aztec desire for tribute collides with their desire to get prisoners of war. So he looks historically at some of the fighting that the Aztec did, and he finds that the desire for tribute wins out over the desire for prisoners of war. So this seems to indicate the Aztec priorities were actually to win and control of their city-states, gain tribute, control, power. Again, all of the things we would associate with normal human nature. Another very practical explanation for the ritual Flower Wars was that they would keep the Aztec military sharp. Here you have a close city-state in Tlaxcala who you can fight, keep the military sharp, take prisoners of war from on a consistent basis. And this could be a benefit from the larger bureaucratic governing structure from that perspective. And in some ways, the Aztec may have looked at this as its own form of tribute, kind of elevating the Tlaxcalans above the normal city-states who are paying them tribute into their own realm of respect, and this tribute happening through the Flower Wars. Another very practical explanation for the ritual Flower Wars that Barry L. Isaac gives is that maybe very simply the Aztec just couldn't conquer the Tlaxcalans. They were too good of fighters. The territory they controlled was too difficult to attack. And maybe the Aztec just rationalized this lack of conquest by putting out the narrative and the propaganda that these Flower Wars were a form of ritual tribute. Barry L. Isaac says, quote, "We need not naively accept as fact the indigenous nobility's religious explanations for warfare policy and conduct. What empire has not put forth and fervently believed religious rationalizations for such matters?" End quote. We can see that it's much more likely that instead of some sort of superstitious religious warfare connected to religion exclusively, the Flower Wars were more likely a decision by the Mexica that instead of a costly war that would be needed to force tribute, the Mexica would let Tlaxcala exist independently as long as they continued to participate in these Flower Wars. And this decision is backed up by political necessity, socioeconomic reality, religion, and cultural factors, as we've shown, not merely superstition. But that doesn't mean that enmity and hatred wouldn't exist between Tenochtitlan and the Tlaxcalans. Because eventually Tenochtitlan would probably regret not crushing Tlaxcala completely. A time would come where Tlaxcala would ally with a new and powerful invader, one that would take down the Aztec Empire. And as you read the history, it's hard not to think ahead to what's coming, especially when you read about the brutality of the Aztec conquest and things like the Flower Wars and the hatred that must have stoked in places like Tlaxcala or like city-states that did not fully submit to the rule of Tenochtitlan. I thought about this as I read that supposedly whenever a new leader of the empire, a new Tlatoani of Tenochtitlan, gained power, they went out on an initial military conquest to demonstrate their bravery and show that they were going to continue steering the empire in the right direction. And that first military campaign and the victory they would inevitably win was a big deal. Before the newly appointed ruler went out on that military campaign, supposedly a priest would get a ceremony together, and they would ask the new ruler rhetorical questions. The Aztec emperor would respond to them saying no. Camilla Townsend quotes from the Florentine Codex here this exchange between a priest and, in this case, Chimalpopoca. Here the priest is asking the questions, quote, "Will you see a time of fear? Will it fall to you to declare war? Will the city-state be engulfed in war? Will it be your responsibility? Will the city-state crumble in war? Will it be surrounded by enemies? Will there be agitation, tremors? Will the city lie abandoned, lie darkened? Will it become a place of desolation? Will our people be enslaved?" end quote. Supposedly, Chimalpopoca responded no to all of those questions. With the benefit of hindsight, we can look back on that exchange and say, maybe not now, but soon. Many years ago, historian David Lowenthal wrote a book called The Past is a Foreign Country. In the book, he explores the question of how should we view the people of the ancient past? When we're talking about peoples and civilizations from hundreds or even thousands of years ago, maybe before we do anything, we have to wrap our minds around this question of what we can say about them and what we can't say about them. So the question is the study of ancient peoples really a look into people that are so remote, so alien, that we could never truly understand them? Is the historical context they lived in something that we could never understand with our advancements and technologies and all of the changes that have happened in the world over hundreds or thousands of years? Are we so interwoven with our own culture that because of that cultural soup we've all grown up in, we can't bring our minds outside of that cultural context and truly understand what it might have been like to live hundreds or thousands of years ago? Does our experience of the present permanently shade and prevent us from truly understanding the past? Someone who answers yes to that question might also caution people from the present from assigning their moral values and their understanding of history and economics and right and wrong onto the people of the past. An alternative perspective might say that we can grant most or all of that we do need to be careful assigning our modern sensibilities onto the peoples of the past, but it's also true that the people of the past were still human beings, and we share certain things with the peoples of the past that make us all deeply human. And the assumption should be that the same things that motivate us now, the same love and hate, the same struggles with insecurities and desires for power, psychological and contextual motivations for behavior, these are the things that all humans will always deal with. So according to this perspective, we shouldn't necessarily view the peoples of the past as alien and outsider, but we should look at them as human and try to understand the human motivations behind their actions, even if we can't fully understand the contextual soup that they were swimming in. I think both perspectives have value, and there's elements of truth in both of these perspectives of how to view people in the past. But what's interesting is that if you do believe that in many ways the people of the past are the same human beings that we are today, just living in a different moment, then it's also true that the cultural lens of the present affects how we look at the past. And it also affects the methods and the techniques that we use to make judgments about the past and to study anything from history to begin with. For example, when we look at Spanish writings from the 1500s or the 1600s, when we look at their writings about the Aztec and the Mexica people and their history, we have to keep in mind that the present moment for the Spanish at that time may have been a justification for the colonial mission and the spreading of empire and the spreading of Christianity. We also have to understand that Mexica writings from the 1500s or the 1600s may have been colored by their present moment of trying to come to grips with the fall of the Aztec Empire and the takeover of the Spanish, and so on and so forth. As the histories continue to get written, a good historian, in my opinion, understands not just the facts and the truth of the events that happened in the past, but also the cultural context of the present moment whenever those histories were written. And as we've said, over the years, the story of the Mexica people and the story of the Aztec Empire eventually largely came to revolve around ideas of superstition and human sacrifice and lack of understanding of modern warfare due to the ritual nature of their religion, and some of these sort of barbarian style traits that we've been talking about. And what modern historians of the Aztec Empire are looking to do is pump the brakes on those sort of narratives and re-examine the Aztec and the Mexica people as human beings. And I think this is an important and right assumption to start from. These people were human beings. We have to understand what were their psychological motivations for doing what they did. We have to assume that, like modern human beings and like the human beings of the past and other cultures that we study, people are motivated to make decisions based on their own best interest and practicality and the histories that came before them and the cultural and political environment of the moment. And perhaps these very human, political, economic, social motivations are actually what's motivating the Aztec behavior and not necessarily superstition or ritual. We have to understand that the Aztec Empire at its height was made up of human beings. And collectively, they created a flourishing civilization that would rival any civilization in any historical tradition. They had a sophisticated government and state apparatus. There's a bureaucracy, there's tribute systems, there's complex war strategizing and punishments for going against the state. There is economic exchange, long-distance trade, farming, the spread and trade of luxury goods. There's huge monumental architecture. There's music and culture and religion, a little bit of writing. And again, this was a advanced and flourishing civilization. And we're not saying necessarily that any of this stuff is good or bad. What we're doing is we're trying to humanize the people of the Aztec Empire and understand where they came from and why the decisions they made happened, and ultimately how those decisions and the arrival of the Spanish led to their downfall. And all the while, we're juxtaposing this idea of maybe that stereotypical view of the Aztecs, of these savage, superstitious people that were easily annihilated by the Spanish, who simply were a more advanced civilization. There's kernels of truth in that narrative, but in the long run, it leaves a lot to be desired as far as a historical explanation. So all of that being said, what was life like on the island, the city of Tenochtitlan? Historians in the modern day seem to think that the population of Tenochtitlan was probably around 50,000 at its height. And if you include Tenochtitlan and the surrounding city-states that the Aztec Empire controlled around Lake Texcoco, you're probably looking at about 1.5 million people. Walking along the streets, you would have seen the sophisticated fishing and farming operations that the Aztec were known for. You would have seen the chinampas, or the floating gardens, where the Aztecs did much of their agriculture. You would have heard music being played. We know this was important to the Aztecs. On the skyline, you would have seen humongous temples, monumental architecture connected to religion and state power. There were aqueducts made of clay that took water from far-off places and led them to the palace where the emperor lived. The palace had this incredible zoo and gardens that people could go and visit, where they had animals and birds from far-off lands on display as a show of power and prestige. There were also humans on display. Maybe a show of fear, power, and prestige there, which we know is not abnormal from the Aztecs. If you were walking along the streets of Tenochtitlan on a holy day, you might have seen religious ceremonies happening at one of these monumental temples. We know that these ceremonies often involved human sacrifice and sometimes sex, maybe even homosexual intercourse. This wouldn't be unfamiliar to anyone who knows much about ancient religious ceremonies across cultures. But anyway, one of the things that strikes the Spaniards in particular when they show up in Tenochtitlan is how neatly designed the city is. You have a section for the giant temples and the giant pyramids, and then you have the palace area and the section for houses of the noble families, then your common households, and everything was neatly organized. The streets were aligned in a grid fashion. And the Mexica could do all of this because, remember, they showed up in Tenochtitlan and decided, hey, here's where we're going to build our city, and they planned it out. The Spanish were, of course, surprised because we know many European cities at the time kind of grew organically. And this haphazard growth led to, let's just say, some poor urban planning and design. The Aztec collected urine and waste in a central location at their market, and this helped keep the rest of the city clean. And they also used that stuff to help in the production of things like tanning hides and salt crystals, a sort of ancient recycling apparatus. Tenochtitlan, with its huge population and its huge population of people and cities that it could draw from as tribute states, and its geographic location at the center of Lake Texcoco, made it a hub of trade and long-distance trade at that. There were bustling markets in the city. People came from far and wide to buy and sell food, trinkets, jewelry, luxury items, and more. Women in Aztec society could and did work in these markets as buyers and sellers. And listen to this description by Camilla Townsend of the markets in Tenochtitlan. Quote, "One part of the market featured luxury goods, gold and silver, turquoise, jade, and other gems, the feathers of exotic birds. Merchants sold these to artisans as raw materials and to wealthy customers as finely crafted textiles and beautiful jewelry. Likewise, they sold plain cotton thread or cloth and also beautifully made embroidered cloaks and other clothing. In another area, they offered firewood and lumber, as well as wood carved into tool handles, paddles, and columns for buildings. They sold copper axe heads and needles, white bark paper, pitch pine for torches, rubber balls, herbal medicines, tobacco, pipes, and row upon row of ceramic pots and dishes. They hawked goods made of sisal, twine, rope, nets, and sandals, as well as all manner of animal furs, tanned or untanned, dyed or undyed. They sold rough grinding stones and fine obsidian knives or mirrors in which one could see every detail of one's face. In one corner, men could pay to have their hair cut. In another, they could buy a slave or find a prostitute. End quote. Spaniard Bernal Diaz was there in Tenochtitlan when the conquest happened, and he later wrote about his experience in the markets. He said, quote, "We were astounded at the great number of people and the quantities of merchandise, and at the orderliness and good arrangements that prevailed, for we had never seen such a thing before. The chieftains who accompanied us pointed everything out. Every kind of merchandise was kept separate and had a fixed place marked for it." End quote. What's interesting is that for a long time, historians thought that the Aztecs didn't really engage in much long-distance trade. And you could extend this to other Mesoamerican civilizations that came before them as well. But more modern scholarship has actually uncovered a fairly sophisticated network of long-distance trade that did exist during the time period. It wasn't necessarily a Silk Road as far as volume or variety of goods, but there were serious trade networks, and oftentimes Tenochtitlan was the hub of the wheel. Anthropologists Nicholas Scholes and Blanca Maldonado investigated the archaeological remains of the Templo Mayor. This was the primary temple in the city of Tenochtitlan, a huge pyramid-looking structure. And what Scholes and Maldonado found was that there were metals, and some of these metals, whether it was gold or copper, had come from far distant regions in Mesoamerica. So these metals were valued spiritually, but also practically. Jewelry, textiles, these could be used as symbols of power when wearing them. And we can see that trinkets, necklaces, hatchets, ingots, and more were traded through this site at the Templo Mayor in Tenochtitlan. Scholes and Maldonado used the ancient Mexica sources as well as the Spanish sources and their archaeological findings to determine that some of this gold and copper probably arrived at the pyramid at Templo Mayor through a couple of different ways. They say, quote, "Spoils of war that are directly offered upon return from the battlefield, priests obtaining the offerings on the market, tributes being offered directly, tribute being redistributed and reworked by local artisans before being offered." End quote. Historian Camilla Townsend, in her book Fifth Son, offers further support for this idea of long-distance trade in the Aztec Empire. She says, quote, "They facilitated trade with the eastern realms, buying textiles and cocoa, beautiful shells, the plumages of rare birds, and eventually the birds themselves, as well as other luxury goods. They sold these in exchange for the goods made by Tenochtitlan's craftsmen, as well as excess slaves from the wars launched by the Mexica and their allies, women and children who had not been sacrificed, but rather turned over to long-distance merchants." End quote. That reminder there from Camilla Townsend that people could be traded as slaves as well reminds us that although these long-distance trade networks existed, the Aztec probably preferred to get their prisoners of war and their tributary goods from their tribute system, which meant warfare. But Camilla Townsend did mention the birds that flew around Tenochtitlan. And this is actually one of the first things that the Spanish noticed when they entered the city in 1519. Because we talked about the flowers and the gardens and the zoos that were in the palace, but even the roofs of ordinary people's houses had these incredible gardens and flowers that attracted all types of birds and insects. And when the city was in bloom, it must have been an incredible sight to behold. Camilla Townsend also talks about the food that was available in Tenochtitlan and how people who came from far off distances to pay tribute to the emperor and then ate a meal were often stunned by what they saw and tasted. Listen to this description from Camilla Townsend. You could literally substitute this into George R.R. Martin's description of feasts that happen in A Song of Ice and Fire, because it sounds like the stuff of fantasy. Camilla Townsend says, quote, "Their host offered them food and they feasted. The tamales boasted decorative designs on top, such as a seashell outlined with red beans. Guests could choose between turkey, venison, rabbit, lobster, or frog stewed with chilies of various kinds. On the side, there were winged ants with savory herbs, spicy tomato sauces, fried onions and squash, fish eggs, and toasted corn. There were all kinds of fruits, tortillas with honey, and little cakes made of amaranth seed. Indeed, a former servant once counted 2,000 different dishes made for the Mexica king and then passed on to be sampled by his counselors, servants, and entertainers. At the very end of the meal always came chocolate, crushed cacao beans steeped in hot water and flavored with honey and various kinds of dried flowers, such as vanilla pods or roses. To render it even more special, the drink was served in carved or painted gourds, often from faraway lands." End quote. Now, granted, this type of meal was probably only reserved for the emperor and certain noble families, but we get the idea. While the nobles enjoyed probably the better food, the streets and markets of Tenochtitlan had what we might call pop-up food stands, or the ancient equivalent of food trucks today. Pre-made food items were available for consumption from the common people. Meanwhile, upper-class men could also take multiple wives and concubines from enemies captured during warfare. The lower class, however, typically lived with their family in one husband and one wife households. Sometimes there were other family members in the house, or there were multi-generational members in the house. Houses were mostly made of adobe clay and lined the streets in orderly fashion. Husband and wife each had separate areas of the house to their own. The woman's area typically associated with supplies for cooking, cleaning, maintenance of the gardens, and the men had a special area where they would often hang weapons and mementos of war. In a world of shifting city-state alliances and consistent raiding and tribute, women had the job of keeping children on their toes and ensuring that they were ready to make sacrifices for the good of the city and the good of the Mexica people. It was their job to teach their children to do their duty. Boys and girls went to temple-run schools where they both learned the expectations of them. Typically, girls were taught how to raise families and produce children that could contribute to Aztec conquests and the Aztec religion. Girls could also learn how to work in the household and be part of the bustling markets that we described earlier. Boys had a little bit more of an option. They could go into the war track where they could become warriors and try to achieve honors and rise up the ranks of Aztec society that way, or they could go into the priesthood. And as the size of the Aztec Empire is growing, the size of the priesthood is growing as well, and some might even argue the relative power of religion in Aztec society. As they gain more tributes and more captured prisoners of war, human sacrifice on a monthly basis becomes more ritualized and more integrated into the bureaucracy and the state apparatus, and it becomes more formalized. And there's no doubt that a big part of this system of human sacrifice was used as a way to instill fear and obedience in the city-states around them. They would bring people from other places, maybe places that they hadn't conquered yet, simply to watch what would happen at these ceremonies and report back what they saw. This is what happens if you go against Tenochtitlan. And while all of this is happening at the local level, this is what life was like in Tenochtitlan for the average family. The Aztec state was hard at work integrating their cultural lifestyle with the political realities of Mesoamerica at the time. Politically speaking, the Aztec leaders used a combination of war and force and tribute and maybe fear of human sacrifice to keep the other city-states in line, but they also used diplomacy where needed, like we talked about with the Flower Wars last episode, which were somewhat of a mixture between warfare and diplomacy. And they also used polygyny. Obviously, this has been something we've noted in the upper class families of the Mexica noble lines. We talked last episode about Itzcoatl and how he came from the slave wife of his father. And the Aztec would use the children of noble lines or royal lines to assign to be married to strategic city-states in different locations in order to make alliances and avoid warfare if necessary. Last episode, we also talked about Itzcoatl's idea of rotating power between the family lines of the ruler. So if the ruler had children from multiple wives, the next leader would rotate between different sides of the family. And to some extent, this system also applies at the lower levels of Aztec society. One historian called this idea the cellular principle. And the idea is that first you have your family, and that family might pay tribute or have marriage alliances to a more kin-based clan on a higher level. That kin-based clan might make allegiances to what the Aztec called a altepet, which basically means a city-state. And then that city-state might have tributary and marriage alliances and warfare deals with a greater altepet, which in this case would be Tenochtitlan at the top of the food chain. Unpleasant tasks and pleasant tasks, as well as power positions and important duties, were rotated within families, within kin groups, within city-states to hopefully achieve harmony between the local family unit and that unit's place in this larger cellular system. And if you're thinking this integration between the social lives of the Mexica people and that integration with the greater Aztec state network is complicated, you would be right. As the population is growing in the Aztec Empire and as families are trying to figure out which noble families they pay tribute to, and noble families are trying to scheme which side of the family they want to be associated with which city-state, things can very quickly get very complicated. One Mexica woman in the late 1500s remembers life back in the late 1400s, saying, quote, "Back when I was growing up, there was an infinite number of nobles. How many noble houses there were, the palaces of those who were nobles and rulers. It was like one big palace. There were countless minor lords and lesser relatives. And one could not count the commoners who were their dependents or the slaves. They were like ants. End quote. So this cellular principle of tribute between family and kin-based groups and larger noble families and city-states and the greater Altepets, obviously we can see the complexities there, but the system worked for a long time. And it ensured a stake in the larger system from each individual common family. By the time Moctezuma II came to power, maybe around 1503, the Aztec Empire was a fully functioning modern state in the way that a European at the time would have totally understood. There was a bureaucracy with government officials, tribute collectors who measured out exact tribute amounts from exact city-states and places. They had officials in local provinces in charge of regulating laws and tribute. There was a chain of command that was all tightly ordered and documented. We talked about the trade over long distances. Diplomacy and marriage negotiations happened at the local and state level. Land reform, standardization of calendars, and judgments and laws, not always written down. Sometimes the tax collectors or religious priests used pictograms to depict events, but not in a phonetic language that people like the Spanish would understand. But a lot of these laws and tribute systems were recorded in ledgers or normatively understood. But while the system of the state was working to create this flourishing empire from a big picture perspective, anytime you have a large state like this, there's always going to be drawbacks, and there's going to be people who are left out, and there's going to be people who are oppressed. Think about all the slaves that the Aztec Empire took as tribute, prisoners of war, sent in chains back to the Templo Mayor to be sacrificed in front of a public spectacle. Think about their families and the kin-based groups that they came from and the resentments that that might entail. Think about the marriage alliances that got snubbed. Think about the people that emperors like Moctezuma executed when they went outside the reins of Aztec power. One Nahua poem from very long ago encapsulates this idea of the losers of empire and the feelings of bitterness and betrayal that happen as a result. Camilla Townsend quotes the poem as saying, quote, "My heart is angry. We are not born twice, not engendered twice. Instead, we leave this earth forever. We are in the presence of this company but a moment. It can never be. I will never be happy, never be content. Where does my heart live? Where is my home? Where does my house lie? I suffer on this earth." End quote. It would be dangerous to read a poem like this out loud. But with the fragility of life and death in the balance, you can see that many people in the Aztec Empire were probably looking or maybe even waiting for an alternative. And you never know when history will turn on a dime. In 1517, somewhere along the Yucatan Peninsula, a couple 100 miles east of Tenochtitlan, a couple of people from the people known as the Chantal Maya stood on the beach and looked out into the Gulf. What they saw amazed and probably confused them. They saw boats about 100 times larger than the canoes they typically traveled in. They saw giant cloth sails powering these ships and intimidating them. They saw men with strange beards, and their clothing gleamed in the sunlight, somewhat mystically. The Spanish had arrived. The Chontal Maya in the Yucatan Peninsula region of Mesoamerica have become known to history as the Phoenicians of Mesoamerica. They controlled a number of city-states along the Tabasco River, what we would now call the Grijalva River. They were traders, specializing in cloth and textiles, and they wouldn't be averse to trading with people as far west as the Mexica in Tenochtitlan, especially during moments where the Mexica recently had a conquest and had excess slaves that they needed to dump off. So when the Spanish began landing on the shores of the Yucatan Peninsula in 1517 and 1518, the Chontal Maya are the first people to get a look at them. We said in the last episode that the Chontal people picked up on the beards of the Spanish, especially as a unique characteristic that they focused on, but it wasn't so much what the Spanish looked like that concerned the Chontal Maya. It was what they did. According to some of the Catholic friars that were on these Spanish exploratory missions, the Spanish had been making offers to trade with these Phoenicians of Mesoamerica, and then when boys would come on their ships, they would just kidnap them. These types of kidnappings on exploratory missions may even have been happening before the year 1517. But whatever the case, the Spanish used these kidnapped boys to act as interpreters for them. So in between some bloody skirmishes and some so-called trading negotiations, these interpreters for the Spanish inform the Chontal Maya that the Spanish are looking for gold and food. And if we remember the political situation in Mesoamerica, to the Chontal Maya, gold and food sounds a lot like tribute. Once these Chontal Maya realize this, they proceed to turn around, point straight at Tenochtitlan, and say, "We pay tribute to those guys." Again, pointing straight at the Aztec Empire. This is all the Spanish need to hear, by the way, and they retreat and return in force in 1519. They come with 10 boats, 400 men, horses, steel weapons, armor, guns, all things the Chontal Maya had never seen before. The Spanish sail to Potonchan, a major city to these Maya people, and after the people of the city make it clear that they're not just going to allow the Spanish to come in and do whatever they want, the attack is on. One of the Spanish conquistadors by the name of Bernal Diaz wrote about the first phase of this battle, which involved getting from the Spanish ships safely onto the shore where they could establish a base of operations, essentially an amphibious assault. Diaz, talking about the difficulty that it took to get onto land safely, says, quote, "With great bravery, the locals surrounded us in their canoes, pouring such a shower of arrows on us that they kept us in the water up to our waists. There was so much mud and swamp that we had difficulty getting clear of it, and so many Indians attacked us, hurling their lances, and shooting arrows that it took us a long time to struggle ashore." End quote. Once they got on land, there was some indecisive fighting, and eventually the Spanish figured out that the best way to utilize their advantage, better armor, steel weapons, horses, was to move the fight onto somewhat of an open field, because that way they could mass up their superior armor and weapons and then smash into the opponent. Ultimately, what turned the tide were the Spanish lances and crossbows, the steel weapons, as we mentioned. But in this particular battle, it was the horses, a cavalry charge. At least 10 horses come, and mounted warriors completely decimate any Chontal resistance. And if you don't know much about pre-modern military history, I don't know if it's a perfect analogy, but many people have made the analogy of the horse being the pre-modern tank. First of all, it's massive. Secondly, it moves very quickly. It can be used as an offensive weapon to break enemy lines, quickly maneuvering around or to the side of an opponent. And especially when armored up, a horse charging at you is just terrifying. So even a few of these to people that have never seen a horse before can absolutely turn the tide of a battle. Historian Camilla Townsend talks about the aftermath of this battle outside of Potanchan. She says, quote, "The leaders of Potanchan counted their missing men, whose bodies lay strewn over the field of battle. They had lost over 220 warriors in only a few hours. Nothing comparable had ever occurred in all the histories recorded in stone or legend. They simply could not afford to keep up a fight like that. Even if in the end they could drive these men away, the battle would do them no good, for everyone in their world would learn of it. They would be left weak and defenseless, vulnerable to their enemies, having lost many hundreds of their own. Moreover, it seemed likely that more of these strangers would arrive the following year. So it was that the Chontal sued for peace. One of the enemy, strangely enough, spoke some Yucatec Mayan, a language well known to the Chontal. He had been a prisoner on the peninsula for years. He said that his leader, Cortez, would forgive them if they made amends." End quote. And make amends they did. They submitted to the Spanish, gave them food, tribute, shelter, allowed them to partake in the goods that they had famously traded for as the Phoenicians of Mesoamerica. But maybe most importantly, 20 slave women were gifted to the Spanish as a token of submission. And one of those slave women might have been the greatest gift that the Spanish Empire ever received. But before we get there, we should talk about the baptism of these 20 slave women. They were taken to one of the nearby beaches. A Catholic priest, also known as a friar at this time, dressed up in the full splendor of the Roman Catholic Church, murmured prayers to himself, shouted out absolutions to the crowd, and began the process of giving these women good Catholic names. Spanish soldiers and high-ranking men on the expedition were there. The man who would lead the conquest of the Aztec Empire, Hernando Cortez, was probably there as well. And he ordered that the most beautiful woman of the 20 be given to the highest ranking official, or at least the highest status official, that was with this expedition. And we'll get to why Cortez wanted to be impressing the Spanish nobility in a little bit. But this woman would be given the name Doña Marina. To this day, nobody knows what her real name was. The priest sprinkled holy water on her, said the necessary prayers, made the holy gestures, and immediately after this baptism, she was given to this Spanish nobleman to be used for sex. Aside from setting the tone for where this story is going and introducing us to one of the main characters in this story that you probably don't even know about, this story of the baptism of these slave women is tragic on a human level. These people's original towns or city-states were conquered by the Mexica, who promptly sold them into slavery. They had to acclimate to life as slaves in a whole new area, the world of these Chontal Maya. And then they're simply traded away again to a new people who are going to use them as slaves. This newly named woman, Marina, eventually began communicating with another interpreter that the Spanish had under their control, a man by the name of Geronimo de Aguilar. And through him, she started to learn the Spanish language. And she also learned the basic idea of the political situation that their leader, Hernando Cortez, was in, and also the history of the Spanish and how they got to the Americas, and a little bit about the situation all the way back in Europe. She learned that Columbus had sailed west across the Atlantic Ocean, landing somewhere in the Caribbean. She probably knew about the Spanish looking to set up trading outposts. She probably knew about the forced labor and the slavery that the Spanish were implementing in these Caribbean islands. She learned about their desire for wealth and glory, their desire to spread their religion as well. And she eventually decides to tell Cortez about the Aztec Empire. And she describes the political situation in Mesoamerica to him. She tells Cortez about the tribute system that the Aztec employed. She tells him about their use of polygyny. And she agrees to act as his interpreter in order to help him with his goals. And I think it's at this point that we can start referring to Doña Marina as what the Mexica people called her, and really what history has infamously named her ever since. Malintzin, or Malince. The Spanish couldn't pronounce this, so they called her Malinche. So I might oscillate between these two names depending on who she's with in the context of what I'm talking about here. Malintzin when she's with the Mexica, or Malinche when she's with the Spanish. But this woman is one of the great controversial figures in all of history. Many people view her as the ultimate villain, and she is still hated to this day for helping Cortez and the Spanish to conquer the Aztec Empire. She's viewed as a traitor to Mexicans and Native Americans all along North and South America. So her role in this story is controversial to people who think that way. Others of you listening right now might not even know who she is. You might be saying, who the heck is Malinche? Get to the part in the story where Cortez starts conquering things. And that's because for hundreds of years, her role in this story was minimized or even outright ignored. For hundreds of years, as we've said, most people just accepted the Spanish narrative of what happened with this conquest as the Spanish had better weapons and the Aztec people were superstitious, and this allowed the Spanish to conquer them easily. they accepted that narrative at face value. But more modern scholarship, really within the last 40 or 50 years, has uncovered the role that this woman Malinche played in this conquest. And through Malinche's role, it opens up a whole new avenue of insight into what really happened between the Spanish and the Mexica. So she's an incredibly controversial figure. I mean, there's stuff out there that paints Malinche as some sort of witch, a sorceress, again, a traitor to an entire continent. But in her book, Fifth Son, historian Camilla Townsend pumps the brakes on some of these wild narratives about Malinche or Malintzin. And the idea here is that in the modern day, we have to understand why this woman would have decided to help Cortez. Why help the Spanish? Especially if she was getting a sense for what they were really after. And after the attack on Potonchan and ensuing events that we're going to get to, there's no doubt that Malintzin knew what was going on here. So again, why help? Camilla Townsend says that, first of all, we need to remember that Malintzin probably had a significant resentment of the Mexica. Remember, it was the Aztec or the Mexica who sold her into slavery in the first place. So she was already familiar with slavery, and being slave to a new people may not have been as much of a shock as we in the modern day think it would have been. And she was almost certainly used for sex with the Chantal Maya, and it's reasonable to believe that she had built up a resentment towards the Aztec Empire. Next, she might have been operating out of a mere sense of practicality. Maybe if she helps the Spanish and gets them where they want to go, she won't have to be a sex slave anymore. And I find it hard to believe that any of us in the same situation wouldn't have made the same choice. It's also very possible and even likely, given her actions that we're going to be talking about in the very near future here, but it's possible that Malintzin was operating out of a sense of nobility, and she wanted to genuinely make peace between the Spanish and, if not the Aztec, then at least the city-states and the Nahua-speaking peoples that were originally her hometown and the surrounding area. Maybe she wanted to prevent large-scale war from decimating her people, and she felt that interpreting for Cortez might have been the best way to do this. And finally, Camilla Townsend makes the very important point that when thinking about Malintzin, we have to be careful not to put modern narratives into her story. So in the modern day, she is often hated for betraying Native Americans or the indigenous population of Mexico in the face of the Spanish colonizers, right? But as Camilla Townsend points out, the whole idea of Native American or indigenous, these things wouldn't have made any sense to Malintzin at the time. To Malintzin and the people of Mesoamerica, there was simply the Mexica and the people that they exacted tribute from. So this concept of a us people here and a them people from across the sea, this dichotomy of colonizers and colonized is not immediately obvious for the people at the time, at least not to Malintzin at the beginning of this story. All that being said, if Malintzin was never there, Cortez probably would have found someone that could negotiate and translate for him at a reasonable and decent level. That might have been true, but clearly Melinson was an incredible person. She had skills and specific characteristics that made her uniquely suited to be the perfect weapon in the hands of someone like Cortez. When we think about weapons, we first think about steel and cannons and guns, maybe even horses, like we mentioned. And again, for hundreds of years in this history, those were the only mentions of weapons in the story. But how about language as a weapon and language as the conduit to power? Malinche had a special gift for language. She learned Spanish in mere months, so quickly, in fact, that the interpreter that was teaching her Spanish eventually got replaced by her. The Mexica who interacted with her all had tremendous respect for her. Pretty much every Spaniard who mentions her in their history has respect and admiration for her. They even gave her the title of Doña Marina. And I should have mentioned that earlier. She wasn't initially given that title. She was bestowed that through her actions. Camilla Townsend says, quote, "Within days, the Spaniards were calling her Doña Marina, a title reserved for high-born ladies in Europe. Over the months to come, she proved herself to be both courageous and charming. She even managed to laugh at times." End quote. Again, all you need to know is that she learned an entire language within a few months, and that gives us insight into the fact that this was a formidable and impressive person. As we're going to see, without Malinche, the Spanish would not have succeeded in conquering the Aztec Empire. So to me, it makes sense to discuss her a little bit and try to understand where she was coming from before we get to the next figure in the story that we need to discuss, who we've only mentioned briefly so far, Hernando Cortez. And the first thing to understand about Hernando Cortez in relation to the story is that in 1519, Hernando Cortez was a renegade outlaw. He was illegally in Mexico to begin with, and everything that he does has to include this bit of information as the background to it to understand why he's doing what he's doing. If we back up a little bit, we remember that Columbus sailed across the Atlantic Ocean in 1492. By 1519, less than 30 years later, the Spanish had planted the flag of their king and queen all over the islands of the Caribbean and essentially claimed it as their own. We're going to talk in later episodes about their justifications for doing this and the civilizing mission, the colonial mission. But for now, we should understand that they had a governor in the Caribbean, someone who was in charge of all Spanish operations, and he was dealing with the types of problems that you might imagine a governor of a newly colonized area to be dealing with. Poor relations with the natives, disease, trying to massage reports heading back to the mainland of Spain of the horrible mistreatment of these people who had already existed on these islands. And this governor of the Caribbean finds himself with 400 landless men that he doesn't know what to do with. Luckily, he had been sending out these exploratory missions to the mainland continent out west, which they knew was a thing. And he assigns Hernando Cortez as the leader of this exploratory expedition. And when I'm saying exploratory expedition, you should absolutely imagine me using finger quotes there. Cortez's goal was absolutely gold and goods. But at the last second, the governor panicked and he revoked the assignment from Cortez, probably because he didn't trust Cortez and probably because he was worried that Cortez might cut him out of the profits. Cortez had a legal background, and even the Spanish viewed him as very cunning and, to some extent, weaselly. So the governor revokes the assignment from Cortez, but the messenger that he sends to Cortez to inform him that he's no longer going on this expedition, Cortez just bribes him. And he says, hey, come along on this mission with us and you'll get some of the loot. And Cortez, from there on out, pretends that he never heard that he was no longer legally in charge of this mission. From there, he's off to Mexico, probably viewed as a renegade by the governor of this Spanish Caribbean. And it's make or break for Cortez. If he doesn't come up with significant loot, significant goods, maybe trade relations, and a way to make the empire extremely wealthy, he's going to go back to Spain in chains. Furthermore, we have to remember that this mission Cortez was on was quote-unquote exploratory only. Cortez only had a permit to explore, not to conquer or get rich himself or take slaves or establish an empire or anything like that. So Cortez was very much in a legal bind where his goal is absolutely to conquer Tenochtitlan or at least trade for magnificent gold and goods. But he has to figure out a way to do this legally so that he doesn't get arrested. And Cortez is constantly worried about this. Again, especially if he goes home empty-handed, if he has nothing to show for what he's done in ignoring that revoked permit to explore, he's going to be in huge trouble when he goes back to Spain. So like we said, he was trained in legal practice, and he used this to his advantage. Every document that he writes, every letter he sends home, we have to remember that he's building a legal case for why he's in Mexico, why he should be in charge of this expedition, and why his conquest of the Aztec Empire is not only legal, but necessary. So instead of just taking Cortez's letters and documents at face value, we have to remember this about Cortez when we read his letters or when we try to understand his motivations. Historian Inga Clendenin puts this well, I think, saying, quote, "His letters are splendid fictions, marked by political elisions, omissions, inventions, and transparent desire to impress Charles of Spain with his own indispensability." End quote. We have to keep all of this in mind when we read Cortez's documents and when we assess his actions later on in history. With the help of Melanson and with knowledge that he has gained now from subduing some of the city-states of the Chontal Maya and the surrounding areas, Cortez now knows about the Aztec Empire. He knows about their general political situation. He knows about their emperor, Moctezuma. And as Cortez is sailing along rivers and also moving across land, moving west towards Tenochtitlan, he begins to encounter the messengers of Moctezuma, the diplomats, we might say. Despite many histories over time that have depicted Moctezuma as a fool and as someone who was meek and cowardly, Moctezuma was not a fool. He had emissaries, he had scouts, he had war councils, and he probably knew more about the Spanish than the Spanish knew about him. Historian Camila Townsend says that when Moctezuma and Cortez end up meeting, Moctezuma is already familiar with some of the Spanish sermons and prayers, and it indicates the detail and the extent to which his scouting operations were expanding outward. So Cortez, through Malintzin, is telling these messengers, I want you to take us to Tenochtitlan. The Aztec emissaries are stalling, and they don't necessarily want to bring Cortez and this fairly massive army into Aztec territory, much less walking them right up the causeway across the lake onto the island of Tenochtitlan. So with a diplomatic stalemate going on, Cortez formulates a plan. First things first, Cortez has to stay legal. He has to stay above board, remember? And there's a little trick in Spanish common law at this time that says something along the lines that if you are a town, a small-scale town, and you get together and you form a charter and you have a document that everybody signs, this gives Spanish legitimacy, and if the citizens of that town agree on a leader who acts in their interests, this is now a legal proceeding. So Cortez essentially founds the town of Veracruz, which is still there, by the way, out of nowhere. He gets a document that all of the men sign together saying that he's the leader, he's going to act in their interests, and he got them all to say that the plan was to go to Tenochtitlan. That was what the citizenry wanted. Before he heads there, he takes care of his back end as well. Remember that high-ranking status guy that Malintzin was given to? Cortez sends him on a mission back to Spain to talk to the king and to advocate for Cortez against that Caribbean governor who was probably talking all kinds of trash about Cortez. So maybe now he'll score some brownie points with the king, and he also scores the added benefit of getting rid of Malinche's Spanish partner, owner, whatever you want to call it, and now he has Doña Marina all to himself. Cortez then beaches any of the ships that he's going to remain left behind, and this ensures that no disgruntled members of his group will abandon him and sail back to the Caribbean. From there, Cortez was going to use the political situation of the Aztec Empire that he learned from Malinche against the Aztec. The plan was a simple one. Leave a small force behind to guard his rear, and then march into the heart of the Aztec Empire and turn the towns and city-states that paid tribute to the Aztec against them. From there, use those areas as a base to have supplies and get support. And the first place Cortez heads, probably on advice from Malinche, is Tlaxcala. Remember the Flower Wars? It turns out the Tlaxcalans are less than enthused to be conquered by anyone, much less these newcomers on the scene. And so initial skirmishes between the Tlaxcalans and the Spanish give way eventually to serious battles. There is a feeling out process here, and eventually Cortez learns a lesson. Keep armored men in big groups or columns and use steel armor and weapons and eventually guns to effect, and as long as you maintain these bigger groups and columns, you're going to overwhelm a technologically inferior opponent. And that's a pretty well-known tactic that the Spanish use in this war. But another thing they do that's lesser known is he attacks at night. Often Cortez will use mounted warriors in surprise night attacks to terrorize enemy villages, butcher civilians, spread fear amongst the civilian population of the enemy, and just like that, fade back into the darkness of the night. And so the outskirts of Tlaxcala never knew when they were going to be hit or from what direction. So there's a little bit of this guerrilla warfare element to what the Spanish are up to here. And of course, that's mixed with brutality. Cortez, by his own admission in his own writings, and corroborated many other places, is burning villages. He's torturing emissaries of Tlaxcala. He's cutting the fingers off of some of them and sending them back as warning. He's doing those night attacks that we talked about. Ultimately, the Spanish killed dozens of Tlaxcalans while only losing a single man. Malintzin would play a big role in convincing the Tlaxcalans to sue for peace, and eventually they did. They offered women to the Spanish in return for peace, but also an alliance against the Aztec. Cortez got 1,000 Tlaxcalan warriors on top of his 400 Spanish. He was now headed to Tenochtitlan with conquest in mind. And remember that the Tlaxcalans hated the Mexica worse than they hated the Spanish. Moctezuma, at this point, must certainly have realized that he was in huge trouble. A technologically superior foe, now allied with your greatest enemy, after having a string of victories against local villages and city-states, is headed directly to Tenochtitlan. On the way to Tenochtitlan, the Spanish absolutely decimate the city-state of Cholula. Temples were burned, bodies desecrated, victims strewn all over the place. Historians debate whether or not Moctezuma ordered this city-state of Cholula to resist the Spanish, or if the Spanish just did it for fun, or if it was some sort of Tlaxcalan trick to make the Aztec look bad. But whatever the case, at this point, Moctezuma agrees to offer the Spanish tribute on a massive scale that he was very reluctant to offer before. Again, the Spanish and the Tlaxcalans had now had another victory, and Moctezuma couldn't really afford a battle. It would make him look weak, and in the political environment of the central Mexican basin, that's the one thing you can't do, is look weak. And you certainly can't lose a battle right outside of Tenochtitlan, or you're done. Some historians have painted Moctezuma as weak for this offer of tribute and cowardly maybe, but the more modern scholarship says that he was just acting out of practicality. He couldn't afford to lose a battle, potentially that he knew in the back of his head they were going to lose. So whatever the case, the Spanish and the Tlaxcalans reject the offer of tribute. Again, they destroy Cholula and they march right to Tenochtitlan. Remember that there's a land bridge that connects the island of Tenochtitlan with the rest of the central Mexico basin, and the Spanish with their army and the Tlaxcalans march right up the main causeway. Moctezuma has only one choice at this point, and that's to meet Cortez at the end of the causeway as an equal. Bernal Diaz, who we've cited before in this podcast and was with the Spanish, one of the so-called conquistadors, later in his life wrote about what he remembered about what must have been a completely surreal moment. Literally, two representatives of clashing civilizations meeting at the end of this majestic causeway at the foot of the beautiful city of Tenochtitlan, in the midst of war and conquest and death. The stakes couldn't have been higher. Diaz was surprised what a great impression the city of Tenochtitlan made. He said, quote, "These great towns and pyramids and buildings rising from the water, all made of stone, seemed like an enchanted vision from the tale of Amadis. Amadis was a legendary knight, and a book about him had recently become a bestseller in Spain. Indeed, some of our soldiers asked if it were not all a dream. Large canoes could come into the garden pond from the lake through a channel they had cut. Everything was shining with lime and decorated with different kinds of stonework and paintings, which were a marvel to gaze on. I stood looking at it and thought that no land like it would ever be discovered in the whole world." End quote. Diaz here, again, painting this incredible picture of Moctezuma, the emperor of this incredible Aztec Empire, waiting at the end of the causeway, in the shadow of this majestic city of Tenochtitlan, with its ponds and the lake and the gardens and the flowers and the birds and the colors, the pyramids, the temples. Diaz had never seen anything like it. And you have this Spanish army, armor probably glinting in the sunlight, Cortez at their head, marching right towards Moctezuma. We will pick up the story from there, but I like the way that historian Camila Townsend talks about this citation from Bernal Diaz. She says, quote, "Bernal Diaz was writing these words as an old man. He had reason to feel a bit maudlin as he thought of his lost youth and then also recalled all that had happened since. At the end of that paragraph, he almost visibly flinched with shame." Citing Diaz now, quote, "Today, all that I then saw is overthrown and destroyed. Nothing is left standing." As you read about the story of the Aztec Empire, or as you listen to it here, it's hard not to have the ending of the story in the back of your head the whole time. Knowing that eventually the Spanish would defeat the Aztec, knowing that this would set the stage for Spanish and maybe other European colonialism for at least 300 years, knowing that it would establish a blueprint, if a blueprint hadn't already been established in the Caribbean and other places in South America, but a blueprint for violence and degradation, injustice, and how that blueprint would affect everything that happens to Mexico and even other areas beyond Mexico for hundreds of years to come, all the way up to modern history. It's hard not to play that what-if game. And maybe the ultimate what-if moment is this meeting on the causeway between the Spanish, led by Hernando Cortez, and the Aztec, led by their emperor Moctezuma. Remember that Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, is this city on the lake, situated in Lake Texcoco, and there are these land bridges or causeways that connect Tenochtitlan on the island to the rest of the Valley of Mexico on the shore. And so you can imagine this Spanish army of a couple hundred people led by Cortez marching up this causeway, and Moctezuma and his Aztec lieutenants waiting there to greet him. What would transpire at this meeting and what it would set the stage for over the next year or two would change the course of history forever. Historians don't know for a certainty what was said between Moctezuma and Cortez at this meeting. But we do know in broad strokes what happened and the end results of the meeting. Remember that the Spanish had pretty much allied with the Tlaxcalans, who were the chief rivals of the Aztec for a long time, and together they had been rampaging through Aztec territory on their way to Tenochtitlan. So Moctezuma was in a very tough political situation. It would be risky to risk an all-out battle and lose, thus losing all of your power and probably disintegrating the empire in the process. But on the other hand, you can't look too weak and totally capitulate to the Spanish, even if someone as smart as Moctezuma probably knew that he was at a severe technological disadvantage. It's very unlikely that Moctezuma just gave up his kingdom and handed it to Cortez. But he certainly did want to appease Cortez, at least at this point. So he agreed to give the Spanish food and shelter for a couple of months. He agreed to show them the tribute lists where the Aztecs got food and other goods from the surrounding city-states that they controlled. He let them have gold and jewelry. He gave them a palace to live in. Moctezuma also presented the Spanish with daughters of his as marriage alliances, perhaps trying to make some sort of diplomatic or political solution to avoid war, or perhaps just seeing how the Spanish would treat these daughters and react from there. And for a couple weeks at least, this is the situation in Tenochtitlan. The Spanish and the Mexica are living together in the same place. They're having meetings. They're feeling each other out. And of course, Cortez and the other Spanish continue to document what was going on, and they're sending letters home about what's happening in Tenochtitlan. We have to remember that Cortez still at this point was technically an outlaw. And we have to remember that everything that he's doing and everything that he's writing home about is tinted with this color of justification and explanation, and hopefully for him at least, ultimately vindication. Cortez wants to make it seem like Moctezuma just gave him the kingdom, handed him the keys to the car. Because if that's the case, then the future conquest that Cortez was planning would be a rebellion and not an active conquest by the Spanish. Remember that Cortez had no permits from the king or queen or the governor of Spain in the Caribbean to conquer anything. He was supposed to just be, quote unquote, exploring. So if he paints this picture of war as a rebellion and not an outright conquest, this is going to set him up to justify all of his actions much better eventually when he goes back to Spain. One of the things that's really interesting here is that when historians piece together all of the documents from the Spanish during this exact time period, there's plenty of contradictions and there's plenty of holes that get poked in this story that Cortez is trying to tell, that Moctezuma gave him the kingdom, that he was in complete control, that he now had Moctezuma basically in captivity under his control. Cortez claims that he stopped the Aztec practice of human sacrifice, but at the exact same time, Friar Bernal Diaz writes, quote, "The great Moctezuma continued to show his accustomed goodwill towards us, but never ceased his daily sacrifices of human beings. Cortez tried to dissuade him, but met with no success." End quote. So which is it? Did Cortez stop human sacrifice or did he not? Was he in complete control of Moctezuma or was he not? Historian Camila Townsend seems to think that in her readings of some of the Spanish documents from this moment, at times, the Spanish forgot the story. Just like that example with Bernal Diaz there. They were supposed to be falling into line with Cortez, again saying everything was under control, human sacrifice was over, and the Christianizing mission could begin. But in their letters home, they would let things slip. Historians can now poke holes in Cortez's story, and sometimes the Spanish, again, according to Camila Townsend, would actually forget and re-remember the story in the middle of their letters, sometimes in mid-paragraph. I guess the eraser hadn't been invented yet. Again, it's very unlikely that Moctezuma just totally gave up the kingdom, which is what Cortez would have us believe, or what many historians of the Spanish Empire would have had us believe. But in April of 1520, the situation changes drastically for Cortez and the Spanish. 800 more Spanish reinforcements had arrived on the coast, which might seem like a good thing for Cortez, but whose side were these new Spanish on? Remember that the governor of Cuba, or the governor of the Caribbean, as we've been calling him, this guy Velasquez, he hates Cortez, and he tried to revoke Cortez from going on this mission. So the governor, Velasquez, sends his own guy, a guy by the name of Narvaez. And this new guy is at the head of about 800 Spanish, and he does have all the legal permits and can act to explore the mainland in the name of the empire. But we should also remember that earlier in the story, Cortez had sent his own guy back to Spain to advocate in front of the king. And we should also mention that this is a burgeoning and bustling economy in Europe at the time. The seeds of the triangular trade between Europe, Africa, and the New World had now been planted. Waves of immigration and emigration had begun. The printing press had been established for decades at this point. And people in Spain are now seeing or hearing about the gold and the jewelry of the Aztecs. They are hearing the wild tales of exploration. Rumors are spreading like wildfire, and Cortez is becoming famous. Public opinion is being influenced, and the situation is much different than it was at the beginning of this story. But even if public opinion back in the mother country seemed to be swaying towards Cortez, the arrival of Narvaez and this group of 800 Spanish who are being sent by the governor of Cuba here is a situation that Cortez has to deal with immediately. And the arrival of these new Spanish forces the stalemate that had existed between the Mexicans and the Spanish in the city of Tenochtitlan to come to an end. Moctezuma sees these arrivals of Spanish on the coast as maybe an opportunity to divide and conquer. He begins war preparations of his own, but not before Cortez acts. He takes Moctezuma hostage and he puts him in chains. He does this because, again, he wants to seem like he's in control. And at this point, he may well be in control. But he has to convince these new Spanish arrivals that he has everything under control. So taking Moctezuma hostage, putting him in chains, this is going to help convince these new Spanish that he's in charge of the situation. Cortez then takes most of his men to go deal with Narvaez. He immediately marches out of Tenochtitlan, goes east with all the speed he has. He camps outside of the Spanish camp. He bribes some of the key men in Narvaez's inner circle, and he goes to battle in a surprise night attack. 10 people die. He captures Narvaez, and the rest of this 800-man army, essentially, promises to join him. Cortez, in turn, promises them riches and gold. Cortez now has 800 more men. He has more weapons. He has more armor. He has 80 more horses. And there's now nothing stopping him from initiating his plan of conquest. But despite what the Spanish histories would have us think, the Mexica people are not stupid or particularly superstitious when it comes to a existential political crisis, and the Aztec Empire is now in open rebellion. They see Moctezuma in chains. They see where this is going. And all of a sudden, things are getting very hairy for the few Spanish who Cortez left behind to keep control of Tenochtitlan. The Spanish were holed up in their palace compound, which gave them a solid defensive fortification to fight out of. But it also kept them in one place where the Mexica could keep an eye on them. And any Mexica person at this point who assisted the Spanish or gave the Spanish food were immediately killed by their own people. Tensions are rising in the city. There's a religious holy day of sorts for the Mexica, and they began doing some of this warlike, provocative dancing, and this really freaks out the Spanish. The guy that Cortez put in charge of these Spanish still in Tenochtitlan, a guy by the name of Alvarez, orders the attack, and the attack turns into a massacre. The Florentine Codex, a Mexica history from years after the conquest, remembers the massacre at the festival. It says, quote, "The festivity was being observed, and there was dancing and singing, with voices raised in song. The singing was like the noise of waves breaking against the rocks. When the moment had come for the Spaniards to do their killing, they came out equipped for battle. They came and closed off each of the places where people went in and out, and when they had closed these exits, they stationed themselves in each, and no one could come out anymore. When this had been done, they went into the temple courtyard to kill the people. Those whose assignment it was to do the killing just went on foot, each with his metal sword and leather shield. Then they surrounded those who were dancing, going among the cylindrical drums. They struck a drummer's arm. Both of his hands were severed. Then they struck his neck. His head landed far away. Then they stabbed everyone with iron lances and struck them with iron swords. They struck some in the belly, and then their entrails came spilling out. Those who tried to escape could go nowhere. When anyone tried to go out, at the entryways, they struck and stabbed him." End quote. The Florentine Codex also talks about some of the people who escaped the massacre, saying, quote, "Some climbed up the wall and were able to escape. Some went into the various temples and took refuge there. Some took refuge among those who had really died, feigning death. The blood of the warriors ran like water." End quote. This was the first massacre in this direct war between the Spanish and the Aztec, but it wouldn't be the last. At this point, Cortez is heading back with his army as fast as he can. Cortez is trying to paint this violence that's happening now as a rebellion against his lawful authority, but the Mexica would just call this a war. And we know from earlier in the story how brutal the Mexica at war can be. Cortez had sent one group ahead: women, children, African slaves, and animals as well. He figured that because they were going to move slowly, he had to let them go ahead of them, and then he would catch up. Bad mistake. Camilla Townsend says, quote, "Later, he would learn that a much smaller group that had traveled separately, whom he had dispatched before receiving the bad news, had in fact been attacked in a mountain pass, imprisoned, and eventually killed down to the last person and animal. This group had included Spanish women and children, enslaved Africans, and other servants carrying burdens and leading livestock. Despite what Cortez had learned about the need for numbers and cavalry, they had been sent ahead because they would travel more slowly and would need more time to cover the same ground. As it turned out, they paid for their commander's arrogant decision with their lives." End quote. As Camilla Townsend points out, this massacre of these Spanish women, children, and African slaves by the Mexica is the first interaction of these three races that we know of during this time period. And like so many things in this story, not only does it set the tone for the violence and brutality of this war, but it also sets the tone for hundreds of years of history that would come after this event. Eventually, Cortez and the Spanish army make it into the city just in time for a weeks-long urban battle to unfold. The stakes were everything, with the Spanish in their palace fortress, buttressed by steel weapons, guns, they called them the arquebus at the time, crossbows, horses, and armor. And on the other side, the Mexica, trying to infiltrate and overwhelm them with superior numbers. But they had also been blocking canals and cordoning off roads leading into the palace, trying to starve out the Spanish. It's at this point that Moctezuma, in captivity, climbs to the top of the palace and announces that the Mexica should lay down their arms. He calls for peace, saying that they are not the match of the Spanish and that they should pull back and not go to war. The Annals of Tlatelolco, another one of these Nahua histories that was recorded after the conquest, has Moctezuma saying, quote, "Let the Mexica hear. We are not their match. May the people be dissuaded from further fighting. May the arrows and shields of war be laid down. The poor old men and women, the common people, the infants who toddle and crawl, who lie in the cradle or on the cradle board and know nothing yet. All are suffering. This is why your ruler says, we are not their match. Let everyone be dissuaded." End quote. The question becomes, why would Moctezuma do this? Well, if you believe the Spanish original version of the histories here, Moctezuma is a coward. But we also have to remember that he was a prisoner and he was potentially under duress. It's also possible that Moctezuma was just practical here, and he knew that a battle would be very costly for the Mexica as a whole, men, women, and children, and even a victory might be too costly. It might leave them too weak for the other city-states and political entities of the Mexican Central Valley. Remember that this whole Aztec political control rested on their ability to exact tribute and dominate these other city-states in the region. It's also possible that Moctezuma realized that after this first round of Spanish reinforcements, the 800 more Spanish who arrived on the coast, there's nothing stopping the Spanish from continuing to send more. And you may win a victory here in Tenochtitlan, but perhaps in the long run, as more of these reinforcements come, a long-term victory might prove to be impossible. But whatever Moctezuma said on top of the palace there that day, it wasn't going to convince the enraged population of Tenochtitlan, and it particularly wasn't going to convince the war faction of his government to agree with him. This faction tells Cortez through Melanson that they were going to fight to the death. Cortez recalls this moment saying, quote, "They were all determined to perish or have done with us. And I should look and see how full of people were all those streets and squares and rooftops. Furthermore, they had calculated that even if 25,000 of them died for every one of us, they would finish with us first. For they were many and we were but few. They told me that all the causeways into the city were dismantled, which in fact was true, for all had been dismantled save one, and that we had no way of escape except over the water. They well knew that we had few provisions left and little fresh water, and therefore could not last long, because we would die of hunger if they did not kill us first." End quote. Another Cortez quote there, and another example of how we have to separate fact from fiction every time we look at something that Cortez wrote. Obviously, what Cortez writes about a 25,000 to 1 manpower advantage for the Mexica is ridiculous and doesn't even need to be addressed here. But the other parts he talks about are more based in reality. The Mexica had been preparing for war. They were digging up canals, they were covering the causeways and preventing any exit from the city. There was only one causeway left now that led out of Tenochtitlan. And Cortez comes to the conclusion that if he and the rest of the Spanish here in Tenochtitlan were going to have any chance of survival, the only way was to get out of the city. And this sets the stage for this epic urban battle that is going to take place here. It's simply called La Noche Triste, the sad night, the night of sorrows. Cortez has his people construct man-made bridges. They're going to try to use these to cross the lake and get out of Tenochtitlan. The Spanish pack up their things. Cortez takes the gold. He takes Malintzin. He takes a few other valuable native princesses. He takes Moctezuma's children. And this final point is somewhat contested in the various histories of the Aztec Empire, but it's at this point that he probably orders the killing of Moctezuma. He has no more need for Moctezuma. In his writings, he says that it was the Mexica themselves who killed Moctezuma, but most historians seem to suspect that Cortez almost certainly played a role. Whatever the case there, Cortez orders the escape from the city, and this battle that's come to be known as the Night of Sorrows began. The Spanish are massed up, many of them are mounted, and the Mexica are surrounding them as they try to march out of the city. The man-made bridges that the Spanish had constructed failed. Warriors in canoes are stabbing at horses and men as they try to cross them. At least 56 of the 80 horses die, further clogging up the one causeway, the one exit out of the city. Bodies are piling up in the canals, and they're being used as makeshift bridges, people literally trampling over bodies in a desperate attempt to get out of the city. For the Spanish and their Tlaxcalan allies who were in the city, the best chance for survival was simply to be one of the first people that got out while the bridges were still standing, because once they collapsed, there was no getting out of the city. For the Spanish and the Tlaxcalans who couldn't get out of the city, it was a nightmare. The Florentine Codex remembers this night of the sorrows, saying, quote, "It was as though they had fallen off a precipice. They all fell and dropped in. The Tlaxcalans and the Spaniards, along with the horses and some women they had with them. The canal was completely full of them, full to the very top, and those who came last just passed and crossed over on people, on top of the bodies." End quote. 600 Spanish would die, probably 1,500 Tlaxcalans, but Cortez and about a third of his men were able to retreat and escape. Now, obviously, this was a massive loss for the Spanish. They lost a bunch of gold, most of their horses, most of their guns, at least 600 of their own people. Like we said again, 1,500 Tlaxcalans. And there's really no way to look back at this and paint this as anything but a disastrous night for the Spanish. And this defeat really underscores one of the main themes of this war, which often gets forgotten, which is that this was not a foregone conclusion. In the moment, at least. There were real moments here, like this battle here, where the Spanish were on the ropes. Sure, it's true that even if Cortez and all of his allies perished in Tenochtitlan, there were going to be more Europeans coming. They had the technological advantage, and probably some sort of situation similar to what ends up unfolding will unfold in the future, but we can't know that for sure. Who knows how history changes with a total Aztec victory here? Who knows how history would have changed if the Aztec had incorporated the Tlaxcalans into their empire instead of antagonizing them? Historian Inga Clendenin says, quote, "While other formidable Nahua-speaking cities and provinces were recruited into the empire, the Tlaxcalans were kept out. I have come to see their exclusion, their role as outsiders, not as an unfortunate quirk, but a structural requirement, a necessary corollary of the kind of empire the Aztec was." Asked whether he could defeat the Tlaxcalans if he so chose, Moctezuma was said to have replied that he could, but he preferred to have an enemy against whom to test his warriors and to secure high-quality victims. I believe him. How else, with campaigns increasingly fought far afield, to make real the rhetoric, the high glamour, the authenticity of risk of warriordom? The overriding metaphor of Mexican life was contest, and the political fantasy of destined dominance required a plausible antagonist/victim. That essential role had devolved onto the Tlaxcalans. They made absolutely no obeisance to the Mexican view of themselves, and they were proximate enemies, penned like gamecocks in a coop, until the Spaniards came. End quote. It's an interesting theory that the Aztec Empire needed the Tlaxcalans to exist as sort of a yin to their yang, a natural counterbalance of them to justify the policies and existence of us. So the violence and the antagonism towards the Tlaxcalans was not just a choice, but it was a deliberate reality of what the Aztec Empire was. And again, in hindsight, it turns out to be a terrible decision, right? It becomes the great irony that this Aztec Empire is brutalized by its own brutality. So it's really here where both sides are regrouping from this epic urban battle in Tenochtitlan that the outcome of this war gets decided. Like we said, both sides regroup. The Aztec in Tenochtitlan, the Spanish retreat to Tlaxcala, and both sides begin reaching out to other city-states in the area looking for allies. Were the city-states and provinces of the Central Valley of Mexico going to be loyal to the Aztec, or were they going to switch sides to the Spanish and the Tlaxcalans? The Mexica strategy was largely to offer relief in their tribute schedules. So maybe they wouldn't have to send as much food anymore and this type of thing. The Spanish offered to kill and burn any who accepted that Mexica offer. And by and large here, the Spanish offer is more persuasive. Cortez makes a conscious show of force rather than retreating. Any villages or city-states who seem sympathetic to the Aztec, he's going on night raids, looting and burning. And he also has his great weapon, Malinche. She's taking a pragmatic approach and informing these villages and provinces and city-states that more Spanish are coming. And in the long run, this is a foregone conclusion. So these areas that were previously under Aztec control are getting hit from all sides. They're being attacked, they're being threatened, they're getting hit with this Malinchen version of diplomacy, and now they're also getting hit with disease. The smallpox that would end up decimating millions of people in the Americas finally sank its teeth in. It probably came from the ship of Narvaez, maybe one of the passengers on that ship. And we have to remember that most Europeans were immune to this disease, but not the people in the Americas. It wreaked havoc, killing scores of people. Nobody seemed to have a good answer for it. And by April of 1521, more reinforcements from Spain had been trickling in, and Cortez finds himself in possession of an additional 1,000-person army. Cortez had been sending gold and men back to the Caribbean to buy resources and weapons. Cortez writes, quote, "When on the 28th of April, 1521, I called all my men out on parade and reckoned with 86 horsemen, 118 crossbowmen and harquebussers, some 700 foot soldiers with swords and bucklers, 3 large iron guns, 15 small bronze field guns, and 1,000 weight of powder. We knew well that God had helped us more than we had hoped." End quote. Small-scale skirmishes are happening. There are some Aztec victories, but the Spanish are largely dominant, again, especially when they can mass on an open field. The night raids and the killings are still happening, and Malintzin is still trying to convert city-states. One major city-state by the name of Texcoco is converted to the cause. Others would follow. Like we said, the smallpox is still devastating people inside of Tenochtitlan and in the surrounding provinces. Cortez's plan to assault the city is that they're going to build boats. No more causeways. They are raiding along the lake from these boats. Inside the city, there's a bit of infighting as the sons of Moctezuma are killed and any anti-war nobles are killed. Cortez uses cannon to destroy obstructions, and he tries to create flat ground where his horses and lances can win the day. Once inside the city of Tenochtitlan, there is literally neighborhood by neighborhood fighting. The Aztec make some heroic captures of Spanish soldiers and sacrifice them. It would not be enough. Later on in their histories, the Mexica people would point to the iron weapons of the Spanish as one of the key reasons that they lost this battle. But they also pointed to the incredible logistics and technology, in their view, that allowed the Spanish to communicate far overseas and respond to the challenges that they needed to in order to win the war. Camilla Townsend talks about this, certain Nahua people remembering the events of the conquest, saying, quote, "When the elderly speakers paused in wonder at the events, it was to ask how the word had gone out so efficiently to so many people across the sea about their marvelous kingdom. The warriors had seen the ships, but not the compasses, the navigation equipment, the technical maps, and the printing presses that made the conquest possible. What is striking is how quickly they realized that these issues were at the heart of the matter." End quote. After about 3 months of fighting in Tenochtitlan, the war was all but over. The Spanish had won, and the massacre could begin. Towards the end, Cortez wrote, quote, "We could not help but be saddened by their determination to die." End quote. This is a line that you see a lot in the histories, and many see it as Cortez's excuse to justify these massacres. They wanted to die, right? Historian Inga Clendenin takes up the tale, saying, quote, "There followed a massacre of men who no longer had arrows, javelins, or stones, of women and children stumbling and falling on the bodies of their own dead. Cortez thought 40,000 might have died or been taken on that day. End quote. She goes on to say, quote, "The city was now a stinking desolation of heaped and rotting bodies of starving men, women, and children crawling among them or struggling in the water." End quote. Clendenin claims that the Spanish were brutal and killers here, but the Tlaxcalans were especially brutal. Talking about Cortez unleashing the allies, the Tlaxcalans mostly, she says, quote, "He had seen to the phobic cruelty of the allies, most especially the Tlaxcalans. He had known that cruelty before and had used and profited from it. But on that last day of killing, they had killed and killed, amid a wailing of women and children so terrible," quoting from Cortez's letters now, quote, "that there was not one amongst us whose heart did not bleed at the sound." End quote. From the Mexica side of things, the annals of Tlatelolco say, quote, "On the roads lay shattered bones and scattered hair. The houses were unroofed, red with blood. Worms crawled on the roads, and the walls of the houses were slippery with brains." End quote. By mid-August 1521, it's over. The city lay in ruins, its people decimated. Cuauhtemoc, the new Aztec emperor and the leader of the war faction at this point, gives himself up. He asks the Spanish to stop the killing and that his people be allowed to head back to the city-states or provinces where their families were or where they originally came from. Those that could left the city. Historian Camilla Townsend says that as they were leaving, they could hear the cries and lamentations of people left behind. Some young women captured by Spanish and kept in the city with them. And although the story of the Mexica people is not over yet, it may have felt that way in the moment. Historian Inga Clendenin cites a Nahua poem and tries to get at the feeling of what it might have felt like to be on the tail end of this conquest and massacre. She says, quote, "A particular section of the Annals of Tlatelolco is often cited to demonstrate the completeness of the obliteration of a way of life and a way of thought. It runs," and here's the Nahua poem now, quote, "Broken spears lie in the roads. We have torn our hair in our grief. The houses are roofless now, and their walls are red with blood. Worms are swarming in the streets and plazas, and the walls are splattered with gore. The water has turned red, as if it were dyed, and when we drink it, it has the taste of brine. We have pounded our hands in despair against the adobe walls, for our inheritance, our city, is lost and dead. The shields of our warriors were its defense, but they could not save it." The Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire is one of the momentous moments in all of world history. As we've talked about in the previous episodes of this series, the story that happens here and the historical events that unfold are really unlike almost any other story in history. And because of that, or maybe as a result of that, the question for centuries after the conquest has always been, how should we think about this event? How did people at the time make sense of this historic conquest? How did those historical narratives change over time? both from the Spanish perspective and the Mexica perspective. And what do those historical narratives tell us about what actually happened here? One of the things that's interesting here is this story really highlights how morality and historical narrative are very closely tied together. So we'll start with the Aztec, and we've discussed the narrative of the Aztec here in this series, that they were superstitious savages, and their use of violence and brutality and human sacrifice demonstrate how they were less civilized than their European counterparts, and that this lack of sophistication is a major reason why they lost and were conquered by a more civilized foe. Again, this was the narrative that was out there historically for hundreds of years, and a large part of more modern scholarship on the Mexica people and the Aztec Empire is dispelling this myth a little bit. As we've outlined here, there were very human reasons for things like human sacrifice, things like exacting tribute from conquered provinces, things that were characteristic of the Aztec Empire, like violence and brutality. These realities were not necessarily the result of superstition and a lack of knowledge and a lack of civilization. They were a result of the history of the Mexica people and the political and social and economic realities of what life was like in Mesoamerica and in this area they call the Mexican Basin. And we have to be very careful about how we think about these types of narratives and how morality and the story of history interconnect here. Of course, none of this stuff about the realities of the Aztec Empire is to say that they were moral in any sense. In fact, we argued here that their brutality and the violence that was characteristic of their political system almost certainly came back to bite them at the end, and it cost them allies when they desperately needed them the most at the end when the Spanish arrived. Now, before we go any further here, there is one perspective that says, hey, wait a second here. We need to pump the brakes with this talk of morality and history going together. Because maybe what you're doing is assigning your current values of what's good and what's bad and what's moral, and you're retroactively assigning those values onto the peoples of the past, and that's not a fair thing to do. The problem with that particular perspective is it's not assigning current values to the past because it's looking at how the morality at the time was viewed. Again, we know for a fact that the way the Mexica people would take prisoners of war from surrounding provinces and rip families apart and exact tribute at times that was aggressive and maybe even unpayable, we know that these things upset people at the time. And by the way, to some extent, we know that Aztec leaders justified some of this brutality and human sacrifice by appealing to notions of the greater good and the good of the Altepet, the greater city-state. But anyway, we know that people viewed this as wrong at the time. If you don't think watching someone in your family being captured, tied up, marched to a city hundreds of miles away, and sacrificed on top of a pyramid, if you don't think watching those things happen to a family member would be viewed negatively at the time, then we probably just have different conceptions of what it means to be a human being. And again, this goes back to what we talked about in an earlier episode where is the past a foreign country or is the past some sort of alien world that we can't make any sense of at all? So I think that morality is actually at the center of the Aztec story and the story of the Mexica people as a whole. But what about the Spanish view of this conquest? And what about historical views on that Spanish view? Like any colonialist narrative, morality is at its center. And again, this is not some post hoc moral mentality here. Morality mattered at the time period. In this case, from the perspective of the oppressors who justified their actions with Christianity, and the perspective of the oppressed who were victims of this or sometimes even adopters of Christianity themselves. A lot of this goes back to the very origins of how the Spanish viewed Nahua-speaking people right from the beginning of their first interactions and the subsequent conquest to follow. Historians call this process the civilizing mission. A synonym that you may have heard before is the white man's burden. Often this process is applied to European actions in Africa during the 1800s and early 1900s, but the processes in the Americas are similar, and there's really no reason not to apply some of those same concepts here. The civilizing mission is this concept that Europeans, like the Spanish, didn't view themselves as conquerors and oppressors. They viewed themselves as morally good people who were spreading Christianity and looking for opportunities to bring civilization to what they viewed as savage barbarians who didn't have it. And they were looking for opportunities to save people's souls from eternal damnation by bringing them Christianity. So this is one of the primary justifications for colonialism. And it's also how the Spanish viewed this conquest at the time. Historian Amber Bryan, in her paper Revising the Narrative of the Conquest of Mexico, talks about this process and how Spanish narratives of the civilizing mission evolved over time. She points out a Spanish guy at the time who helped to create what we call the Florentine Codex. This was the history of the Mexica people that was put together by Mexica people in collaboration with Spanish friars like Sahagun after the conquest. So this guy, Friar Sahagun, helped put together the original Florentine Codex with collaboration from Mexica people, but then he revises it back in Spain on his own a few years later. And it's very likely that he felt pressure to make the civilizing mission look better from a religious perspective. In one of the revised books that Sahagun puts out, he paints Cortez in a little bit of a better light. And he tries to paint Cortez as being linked to some of the quote-unquote good work that the friars were doing, converting indigenous people to Christianity. And it's a great example here of history being a living entity. So Sahagun in the present moment is being influenced by his religion and maybe even the politics that are going on in Spain at the time. And that's influencing how he's writing the history. And it also influences how we understand those narratives of what happened here for hundreds of years to come. Historian Amber Bryan takes a look at this process and in particular how the histories were written for one particular event, the massacre of the Mexica people during the religious festival. So if we remember from last episode, the Spanish were sort of pent up in this palace while Cortez was off dealing with Narvaez and issues on the east coast of Mexico. And the Aztec are getting increasingly concerned with Moctezuma being held captive. They engage in some of this provocative warlike dancing. And then this guy, Cortez left in charge, Alvarez, eventually orders a massacre. And Amber Bryan compares the recollection of this massacre in the Florentine Codex, which is where Friar Sahagun originally helped contribute to that history, and then she compares that with his later revision of that history. She says, quote, Chapter 20 of both the Florentine Codex and Sahagun's 1585 revision addressed the massacre, though with distinctly different perspectives, whereas the Florentine Codex begins, rather neutrally, quote, At the time that seemed opportune to them, the Spaniards came out from where they had been and took all the gates to the square so that no one could get out, end quote. The 1585 revision opens with this sentence, quote, The greatest evil that one can do to another is to take his life when the victim is in mortal sin. This is what the Spaniards did to the Mexican Indians because they provoked them by being faithless in honoring their idols, end quote. Amber Bryan continues here, saying, According to Sahagun, the Spaniards committed a terrible offense by killing the indigenous people while they were worshiping their idols, but he is equally quick to assert that the Spaniards were provoked into this act. Concerns of faith were an enduring theme in Sahagun's writings and central to his revisions in the 1585 text. End quote. This revision of what happened here at this massacre and what the justifications for the massacre were, first of all, show that history can be a living document and that the perspectives of the current moment often impact how that history is written and ultimately maybe even remembered over time. The revision also indicates how central morality and the civilizing mission are to the Spanish at this time, because, again, they want to seem not like the brutal oppressors that the massacre would depict them as, but rather as people who were bringing Christianity to these people and trying to do the right thing, but simply had no choice but to massacre these people who were living in mortal sin. Historian Amber Bryan later goes on to kind of talk about the general bias and maybe fruitlessness of trying to just hand wave away this massacre by saying that it happened because of religious offense. You can justify reasons for bad actions all you want, but sometimes at the end of the day, the brutality speaks for itself. Listen to Friar Sahagun's account of the massacre right after he does the religious justifications. He says, quote, So great was the bloodshed that rivulets of blood ran through the courtyard like water in a heavy rain. So great was the slime of blood and entrails in the courtyard, and so great was the stench that it was both terrifying and heartrending. Now that nearly all were fallen and dead, the Spaniards went searching for those who had climbed up the temple and those who had hidden among the dead, killing all those they found alive. End quote. Obviously, here we see the inherent contradictions at the heart of the civilizing mission. And we can also strongly suspect that the Spanish were aware of these contradictions. It seems hard to believe that Friar Sahagun wouldn't be aware of those. Oftentimes, people do a thing where they say, hey, the people of the past didn't know any better. And they throw their hands up and they say, hey, what are you going to do? But what's interesting here is that, again, we know this isn't true. And this effort at revision by Friar Sahagun undercuts that argument, because why would you be revising the narrative of this massacre to offer justification for it if you didn't know any better? They wouldn't be rewriting the narrative if they didn't know that it was wrong at the time. In other words, they are rewriting the narrative to try to make it look good, even if it leads to contradictions within the civilizing mission and cognitive dissonance between the Spaniards' behavior, which, based on the description of that massacre, was horrible, and their underlying belief system, Christianity, which they viewed to be good. So, how did they manage this cognitive dissonance in these historical narratives? One answer might be that the Spanish made sense of this cognitive dissonance through what we call the Quetzalcoatl narrative. This was the idea that the people living in the Aztec Empire believed that Hernando Cortez was a god. Usually they're referring to the god Quetzalcoatl. And he was returning to Mexico to fulfill a prophecy and take over the empire, and he was welcomed because of this. Remember that Cortez went to great lengths to make it seem like Moctezuma just handed the empire over to him, because that way it wouldn't be a conquest, it would be a rebellion, and he would have legal justification to put it down and conquer the empire. And this Quetzalcoatl narrative of the Mexica viewing Hernando Cortez as a god, first of all, connects to the standard historical narrative that the Aztec were superstitious and they couldn't tell the difference between a mysterious person from across the ocean and one of their gods. But this narrative is also so ubiquitous and something that so many people know about. It's taught in schools. It's actually something I learned many years ago. And the only problem with this narrative is it's a total fabrication. The first mention of any of this Quetzalcoatl stuff is in the 1540s by a Spanish friar. So none of Cortez's writings from the time, remember he's sending back letters to Spain all the time that we still have access to, none of those writings mention anything about him being perceived as a god. No writings whatsoever. So from the Spanish side of things, there's really no evidence from the time period that anybody viewed Hernando Cortez as a god. And really not from the Mexica perspective either. Historian Camila Townsend says, quote, "None of the original Nahua histories written down by the earliest generation of students in the privacy of their own homes had said anything like this. In fact, none of the elements ring true, given what we know about Mexica culture. The Mexica did not believe in people becoming gods, or in gods coming to earth only in one particular year, or in anybody having a preordained right to conquer them. They didn't consider Quetzalcoatl to be their major deity, or originally associate him with an abhorrence of human sacrifice. When we add the fact that we can actually watch the story's birth and evolution in European-authored and European-influenced works, the case for its being a later fabrication seems closed." End quote. Townsend thinks that this whole story may have some roots in the idea that the Mexica did refer to Spanish people as teules. In Nahua language, teule kind of means God, but in this case it has more practical connotations, because in Mexica culture, you were named based on where you came from. And since the Aztec didn't know where the Spanish came from, naming them was a problem. So because the Spanish claimed that they were representatives of their Christian god, again, the civilizing mission here, the name Teule makes sense. But even with that, it's a large jump to go from Teule to Cortez is Quetzalcoatl. We do seem to have some Nahua writings from the 1570s and the 1580s that start to mention the Quetzalcoatl narrative. This is 50 years after the conquest. And it's the first time that we see this Quetzalcoatl story from the Mexica side of things. And what's interesting here is that this Quetzalcoatl narrative, although almost certainly not true in the moment, can help both sides to deal with some of the cognitive dissonance that they experienced as a result of the conquest. Again, for the Spanish, the cognitive dissonance was, how do we make this seem like we're doing the right thing? How do we justify massacres and a war of conquest? So like most cases of colonialism, the idea of the civilizing mission fits nicely. The idea that Europeans view themselves as kind of higher beings or godlike entities who are bringing the wonders of civilization to savage barbarians. Who doesn't want their race to be a god? And if the Mexica view them as Quetzalcoatl, one of their gods, all the better for this narrative, right? From the Mexica side, you have cognitive dissonance in the fact that a once dominant and great empire that was oppressing others in the region is now having to deal with being crushed and brutalized themselves. So the Quetzalcoatl narrative might take some of the sting out of being defeated. If you're defeated by a divine-like being or an ancient prophecy that's coming to fruition, then that's a little easier to accept than simply losing a war. Hopefully, we can start to see here that very human things like morality and the psychology of cognitive dissonance can impact historical narratives, both as they're happening and as they're being revised in later years. Now, one other narrative that I would like to talk about here in relation to the Spanish conquest of the Aztec is the narrative that doesn't really look at things like morality and human psychology. It looks more at deterministic views of the world. And here I'm talking about Jared Diamond and his very famous book, Guns, Germs, and Steel. In the book, Jared Diamond basically argues for what we call geographic determinism. And there's a little more to it, but basically the idea is that because of where European and Asian civilizations developed, because of the types of domesticated animals and geographic environments that were found only in those areas, because of the way human migrations shaked out tens of thousands of years ago, certain things were just naturally present in European or Spanish civilization that were not there for the Aztecs, and this is the main factor that resulted in the conquest. And those main things are guns, which the Spanish had, but the Mexica did not. Germs, which the Europeans had been exposed to, in particular smallpox, so they were immune to it largely, while it completely wiped out the peoples of Mesoamerica. And steel weapons. So this is a deterministic view, again, meaning that the conquest of the Aztec Empire by the Spanish was mostly due to factors beyond the control, really, of either empire. This narrative is very popular in modern popular culture, but from a historian perspective, most historians nowadays do acknowledge that guns, germs, and steel played a major role in the story, but they don't ascribe all of the causality to those things, because in many ways it robs the human element of the story. It takes away the impact of people's choices. It makes it seem like the conquest was a foregone conclusion, which it wasn't necessarily. And it takes away the importance of some of the realities of political and social life in the Aztec Empire, which absolutely contributed in a huge way to this story. Historian Thomas J. Brinkerhoff, in his paper Re-examining the Lore of the Archetypal Conquistador, Hernán Cortés and the Spanish Conquest of the Aztec Empire, 1519 to 1521, he says, quote, "This sense of a natural European advantage is most notable in Jared Diamond's widely popular Guns, Germs, and Steel, The Fates of Human Societies. Diamond's argument regarding the reasons behind Spanish victory, which can be found in the book's title, reduces the agency of all human actors, Spanish and indigenous alike, by analyzing the conquest solely through the lens of weaponry and disease. Although the Spanish did have superior military technology, it was by no means revolutionary. Additionally, the Spanish often borrowed from the Mexica concept of theatrical violence, public displays of brutality designed to frighten enemies into submission, as a way to avoid increased combat. As the Spanish cartographer and translator John Ogilby explained in 1670, the Spanish conquistadors practiced fear-conquering more than slaughter. With respect to the role of disease, Diamond is correct in his assertion that disease had a devastating impact on the indigenous inhabitants of the Aztec Empire. Still, the effect of disease in assuring Spanish victory was far more pronounced in the Incan Empire, where smallpox was ravaging that civilization as Francisco Pizarro defeated the Incan leader Atahualpa at the Battle of Cajamarca in November 1532. When examined together, the sampling of scholarly and popular histories highlighted in this section ignore issues of the protracted nature of the conquest, the role of indigenous allies in assisting Spanish victory, and the disparate notions of war and society felt by the Spanish and the indigenous. End quote. So that was a long quote there, but what Brinkerhoff is saying here is that Guns, Germs, and Steel fails to account for large and important parts of this story that we've outlined in this podcast series. It doesn't account for Mexica victories, which did occur, most notably at La Noche Triste, the Night of Sorrows, but other small victories as well. It doesn't account for the huge role that Tlaxcala played in the conquest, becoming an ally for the Spanish, and it's uncertain if the Spanish would have been able to complete the conquest without them. It doesn't account for the fact, which we'll talk about in the next episode, that it would take the Spanish centuries to subdue all of the outskirts of places, provinces on the far reaches of the Aztec Empire. It doesn't account for the political and social realities of what life was like in Tenochtitlan and how those might have impacted Moctezuma and other Aztec leaders' behavior. And it doesn't account for the enormous role that Malintzin played, getting certain city-states to help the Spanish, translating for Cortez when he needed translation, using language as a weapon to win hearts and minds. That was a deliberate choice made by Malintzin. And that choice may have been the result of choices made by leaders of the Aztec Empire and the people living in it. So overall, Guns, Germs, and Steel definitely has elements of truth in it, but it's not the whole story. And hopefully we can see how these historical narratives of the conquest have evolved over time and ultimately given way to a more modern approach at looking at the conflict that in many ways synthesizes a lot of these different narratives and approaches and combines them all together. Hopefully we can see that this was and is a historical tale of choice and chance, rise and fall, good and evil, the things that only humans are capable of. There's a character called the Tickler in A Clash of Kings, which is book 2 of George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series. The Tickler is a torturer for one of these armies that had recently conquered a new region, and his job was to determine where all the stuff was. Where's the gold? Where's the money? Where's the women? Are there any pockets of resistance? And of course, in the story, Arya, one of the main characters, has to be around this all the time, and she frequently thinks about this character, the Tickler. In one section, Arya thinks, quote, "The questions were always the same. Was there gold hidden in the village? Silver? Gems? Was there more food? Where was Lord Beric Dondarrion? Which of the village folk had aided him? Where did he go? How many men were with him? How many knights? How many bowmen? How many men at arms? How were they armed? How many were horsed? How many were wounded? What other enemy had they seen? How many? When? What banners did they fly? Where did they go? Was there gold hidden in the village? Silver? Gems? Where was Lord Beric Dondarrion? How many men were with him?" End quote. Now, as I learned more about how the Spanish administered the former Aztec Empire in what historians call the post-conquest period, I couldn't help but think about this quote from Arya about this character, the Tickler, in A Clash of Kings. Because in the period directly after the fall of Tenochtitlan, you now have the Spanish, who are aided by the Tlaxcalans, who are going to the other city-states and altepets and villages in central Mexico, and they're trying to assert control to make sure that the conquest is going to remain controllable and under wraps. They're setting up tribute systems. They are destroying and burning anyone who is still resisting. They're looking for the gold and the treasure so they can send it back to Spain or keep it for themselves. So I read you that quote about the fictional character, the Tickler, and now I'm going to read you a section from Camilla Townsend's book, Fifth Son. And you tell me which of those two passages sounds more like over-the-top, over-exaggerated fiction. Here's Camilla Townsend talking about the immediate post-conquest period. Quote, "The level of chaos in the early months of foreign governance was horrifying. The Spaniards were only able to maintain some semblance of order by ruling through the indigenous elites. In Mexico City, this meant ruling through Cuauhtémoc. He was kept in a locked room, and heated rods were applied to the soles of his feet when he claimed not to know where his forebears' stores of gold were held. If Tecuichpochtli, or Isabel, still a girl but rapidly growing into a woman, had ever feared her husband, she could only pity him now. The two of them heard that in the beautiful towns of Texcoco and Xochimilco, the Spaniards loosed their giant dogs and even let the mastiffs kill some of the men when the people there likewise denied knowing where the treasure hoards were. In altepet after altepet, the translator Malintzin was made to stand on a parapet and shout orders to bring the treasure. Then she had to watch the punishments meted out if the Spaniards judged that the orders were not obeyed. The conquerors seemed to be in a veritable frenzy to amass riches and generally please themselves. When not enough gold and jewels were forthcoming, they began to brand prisoners of war they had collected, undoubtedly including some of Smoking Shield's compatriots from the battle in Cuauhtémoc, and marched them to the coast for shipment to the Caribbean as slaves. In 1522, 1/5 of the profits of this venture, 5,397 pesos, as the meticulous records specified, were set aside as tribute for King Charles. The Spaniards kept the prettiest of the captive young women for themselves. Other starving girls whose families had been destroyed came to them voluntarily. In at least one case, a group of these girls was kept locked in a building in forced prostitution. Conscience-stricken observers of the treatment meted out to these girls told tales back in Spain. And in June of 1523, the king issued a plea to his people that they rein themselves in and cease their abuse of the native women. End quote. It seems that with no more political obstacles to stop the Spanish conquistadors, they were now free to get what they always wanted: gold, pleasure, riches, wealth, power. And if you were living through this, it would have been terrorizing. Loosing giant dogs on people, torturing leaders, killing and torturing common folk who don't know where the gold is, selling people into slavery, taking sex slaves, locking women in basements. Again, like Camilla Townsend says at the end of that quote there, things actually got so bad that the king of Spain had to issue a decree telling the Spanish conquistadors, hey guys, calm things down over there. You're making us look bad. And it's important to note that these things are all documented in not just the indigenous histories that are really revving up during this post-conquest period, but also in the Spanish records. So we know that this process was extensive, and we know that it was brutal. But aside from getting the things that maybe these Spanish conquistadors always wanted, gold, riches, glory, there's also some political motivations for what the Spanish are doing here. Again, aside from essentially looting the resources and people of these areas, the Spanish wanted to basically herd rural people into cities or larger towns so that they could tax, control, and even Christianize them. All part of this civilizing mission that we talked about in the last episode. According to the Spanish, civilized people lived together in cities, and they worshiped the Christian God. And they did things the way the Spanish back in Spain did them. And if you're seeing the irony of the Spanish appealing to concepts of civilization and Christianity while having their dogs literally eat the guts out of people while torturing them for the locations of gold and resources, then you're beginning to understand the hypocrisy at play, A, during this time period, but also B, in the way that these histories were written for a very long time. If priority 1 was the loot, then priority 2 was re-administering and controlling the remnants of the Aztec Empire. So Hernando Cortés essentially created what history calls the encomienda system, essentially dividing up the different parts of an altepet or a city-state and handing them out to his conquistador followers. This was essentially a reward for their work in this conquest. The Spanish conquistadors were to administer this land. They were to exact tribute from the people who now lived under their control. And they were expected to make an attempt to Christianize the people, again, that were now under their purview. Initial reports from the Spanish said that the conversion to Christianity was fairly instantaneous. We know now that this is not true. It's one thing to get conquered and give up your power to an invader, but as we know from history, sometimes it's another thing to give up your God or your religion. That's simply not what people do. And an example of this comes from a Mexica priest who is talking to one of these Spanish friars who's attempting conversion. And the Mexica priest says, quote, "It would be a fickle, foolish thing for us to destroy the most ancient laws and customs left by the first inhabitants of this land. Beware, lest the common people rise up against us if we were to tell them that the gods they have always understood to be such are not gods at all. All of us together feel that it is enough to have lost, enough that the reed mats, the thrones have been taken from us. As for our gods, we will die before giving up serving and worshiping them. This is our determination. Do with us what you will." End quote. The Spanish would have to find a more gradual attempt at converting the indigenous people. One thing they did was offer incentives. If you give us men for military service, or if you build a church in your community, and if you are receptive to our missionaries, then we will look on you with favor and maybe not burn your village down. But the emphasis is on maybe there, because hangings and executions due to religious matters absolutely happened. To make matters worse, you have to remember that there is a language barrier here, and the terminology for religious terms on the Mexica side and the Spanish side is not always going to perfectly add up. So when you're dealing with issues of divine stakes and cosmic significance, that makes a huge deal. So, especially with the older generation of people who lived through the conquest, they were not so much receptive to Spanish Christianity. And what the Spanish were planning was they were going to focus on young people, not the elders who were steeped in tradition. Oftentimes, young Mexica boys were sent to religious schools to learn how to speak and write in the European way and learn how to be a good Christian. Then, of course, they would grow older, they would go back to their villages and their towns, and the process of that conversion would happen over years and decades. They would have children, they would bring them into the world of Christianity. And especially in the first 50 or so years after the conquest, there is always this tension between those who grow up in this way, embracing Christianity, and those who still embraced the old ways. Now, as Cortez is setting up this encomienda system, and as the Christianizing mission can begin after the Spanish victory, and as Spanish leaders are negotiating with different city-states and altepets around the Valley of Mexico, there's a bit of a sidebar story that happens in 1524, but it actually matters for the story as a whole. So Cortez had sent a group out to somewhere in Central America on an exploratory mission, but very similar to what Cortez and these conquistadors had done just a few years earlier. There are rumors that this exploratory mission has turned into these guys doing exactly to Central America what Cortez did to the Aztec and establishing their own government in a sort of renegade style. So Cortez has to go deal with this. It looks bad for him. It undermines his authority. And it really threatens to poke a bunch of holes in his story of him trying to portray this all as, a humanitarian conquest that he had no choice but to do. If he's got people under him just conquering everything willy-nilly, that's going to look bad back in Spain. So the first thing Cortez does is he organizes a group of people to take down with him to Central America and deal with this threat. And of course, he takes Malintzin with him. And she was active and complicit in most of the high-level negotiations that were going on between Mexica leaders and the Spanish. She was there as people were tortured and forced to give up their gold, their riches, their food. So she was absolutely part of all of this, and she was not a helpless vessel. And to be honest, this is why many people still hate her today. But again, just like we talked about a few episodes ago, we might understand her motivations. And we might also understand that at this point, she ran her own household. She had established her own language business, which trained translators. She had become the ruler of her own encomienda at her birthplace. She had married a different guy than Cortez, a guy named Jaramillo, probably of her own choice. So she was an impressive figure, regardless of your thoughts on her. So Cortez takes Malintzin. He also takes Cuauhtemoc, who is the Aztec emperor at this point that Cortez had been keeping in chains. Along the way to Central America, Malinche gets to stop at her birthplace. In just a few years, the world, for her certainly, had been totally turned upside down. And you can imagine the feelings that she might have had. Some mixture of pride at having risen so high, shame for what her and the Spanish had done, nostalgia, maybe regret. But we don't know what she felt. Nobody decided to write it down. Camilla Townsend talks about this, saying, quote, "In a few days, Malintzin came face to face with her kin. It was an emotional greeting, Bernal Diaz later said. The words she uttered are lost to us, as is so much of the indigenous experience of the immediate upheaval of conquest. We see this phenomenon everywhere in the history of the Americas. Sacagawea, for instance, another war captive who was traded away to white newcomers, would later meet her birth family as well on the overland trek with Lewis and Clark. No one recorded her feelings either, because she was pressed back into service as a translator for the travelers making their way to the Pacific. Letters and diaries sometimes bring us close to the grand moments or touching scenes in the history of Euro-Americans, but hearkening back to the thoughts and feelings of the less powerful, we meet only silence. End quote. At any rate, the trip to Central America goes haywire. Cortez is increasingly getting paranoid at this point. At a certain point, he thinks that the Aztec leader Cuauhtemoc is plotting against him. He tortures Cuauhtemoc and some of his friends. Malintzin is there at the torture session translating. Cortez hangs at least two of these friends and hangs Cuauhtemoc as well. There's a lot of debate about this period in Cortez's life. Was he going mad, or was this some sort of calculated effort to take this Aztec emperor away from Tenochtitlan and then get rid of him? Whatever the case, Cuauhtemoc is killed. Remember that this moment, in some ways, kind of signifies the Spanish asserting control, because with Moctezuma, Cortez was denying that he had any role in the killing of Moctezuma. But here, even though they're far away from Tenochtitlan, there's really no denying that Cortez did this. And it just shows that he now has the power and authority to simply kill the emperor of the Aztecs whenever he wants. Ultimately, the trip makes it to Central America. They find the guy that they were pursuing to be dead, killed by the people loyal to him, loyal to Cortez, and the whole trip was pointless. He's now out of food and money, so he sells a couple of local indigenous people into slavery to pay his way out of his problems, and then he goes back to Tenochtitlan. Cortez continues to patchwork alliances and marriages between Spanish and indigenous into this encomienda system. He takes in Moctezuma's daughter, Isabel, impregnates her almost immediately, and then he goes back to Spain with his son to smooth things over with the king. Malintzin, mother to one of Cortez's sons as well, would die in 1529. Despite the fact that Cortez was gone, the Spanish tribute system and their exertion of authority here was more overbearing than ever for the average people living in what was formerly the Aztec Empire. The tribute that the Spanish demanded of ordinary people was really tough. Camila Townsend talks about one of these city-states, Quatinchan, saying, quote, "By the end of the decade, Quatinchan was committed to providing 24,000 woven blankets every 4 years, as well as 20 turkeys, 6,000 bushels of corn, 16 baskets of beans, 80 of chili, 16 of cha, and 16 of salt. In addition, 30 Indians had to provide domestic services to the encomendero and various Spanish officials. They could rotate that duty among themselves in any way they liked, as long as able-bodied workers presented themselves to the people at the right time. The tasks were growing more onerous than the town could handle, especially in the wake of so many deaths from the new diseases. It was becoming more and more difficult to plant and harvest their own crops, without which their children starved and became more vulnerable to disease." End quote. Again, you have to imagine trying to give those incredible numbers of tribute to the Spanish. You have to do it while the people in your town or village are dying from smallpox and other diseases. and you have to do it under the threat of violence. The Spanish would burn your village or torture your inhabitants, as we've already seen. And as the Mexica people are going through this and they're watching the Spanish assert authority and control, and they're establishing this new tribute and government, some are wondering long term, what's going to happen to the memory of our people? And so as they're learning these new writing systems for them that are based on a phonetic alphabet, they understand that if we can compile the history of the Mexica people, then it can be understood by everybody, and it can especially be understood by people in the future. And if we understand our past, then we will have a better opportunity to dictate our future. So this idea comes out of this historical time period, and a lot of the indigenous sources that we have about the Aztec Empire and the Mexica people, at least the histories that we can read, come from this period. Especially that younger generation of boys who had been trained in Christian reading and writing, and they could now write their own histories. And when reading these Mexica histories of their people, especially during this post-conquest period, we see a much more complicated picture than simply the Spanish coming in and taking everything over and asserting control. Because a big part of this is also, how did the Mexica people themselves and the Altepets, or greater city-states, and their leaders, how did they manage what the Spanish were asking of them? The impossible things that the Spanish were asking of them. How did they manage this new religion that was being forced on them? How did they balance this new culture with their old histories and how they themselves wanted to be viewed? So complex decisions of whether or not to pay tribute, whether or not to defy the Spanish, whether or not to engage in marriage alliances with the Spanish, whether to build a Christian church in your village or not, if and how many boys you were going to send to the friars to be trained in reading and writing. These were complex decisions that real people had to make, but again, always under the threat of duress. Because the Spanish version of the tickler was never far away. Historians refer to the hundreds of years or so after initial contact between Europeans and people from the Americas as the Columbian Exchange. And this idea refers to the transfer of people from the New World to the Old World, whether that was Europeans settling in the Americas, whether that was indigenous peoples going to Europe or being sold into slavery in different parts of the Americas. As we'll see soon here in the story, once indigenous people started dying, being ravaged by diseases like smallpox, Europeans increasingly turned to African slaves to bring to the New World and use them as the labor that they needed. Crops, plants, animals were exchanged. Things like sugar, chocolate, horses, tobacco, these would change societies fundamentally for the rest of history. Diseases, as we've already seen, would transfer from both New World to Old World and Old World to New World. Ideas, religions. So this term Columbian Exchange refers to the broader process of all of these things being exchanged, and it's really during the post-conquest period of this Spanish conquest of the Aztec that we first start to see this Columbian Exchange in action on a large scale. And like we've done before in the story of the rise and fall of the Aztec Empire, it's really hard not to play the what-if game. When you look at the Columbian Exchange in a textbook, it's easy to lose the human element of things. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Some plants and animals got traded, some religions spread to new areas. What's the big deal? But as we're going to see here, the processes that start coming together as a result of this Columbian Exchange, particularly in this post-conquest period, are the beginnings of so many things in the history of the Americas that are going to be so important and ultimately so tragic. This period will launch the beginnings of the encomienda system of forced labor in Mexico. It will establish the racial casta system, class tension in Mexico, tension between Spanish at home in the mother country and Spanish ruling in Mexico. It will see the transfer of people and slaves, both indigenous and increasingly now African, during this period. And you're also really seeing the origins of revolution that would come hundreds of years later. Maybe too little and too late for some. Of course, knowing what we know now, having the benefit of hindsight, it's easy to play the what-if game. Because you have to wonder, was the outcome that we got here the worst outcome that we could have gotten? Remember that for many people, this story is often taken as inevitable, like it couldn't have happened any other way. But what if Cortez had gotten sick before reaching Tenochtitlan? What if the Spanish hadn't escaped on La Noche Triste, the Night of Sorrows? What if they had been defeated and forced to submit right then and there? What if the Tlaxcalans had never allied with the Spanish? Would we have gotten the same outcome that we got? I think it's something to keep in mind from a big picture perspective when thinking about the Columbian Exchange, and especially when thinking about the conclusion of this story. From the mid-1500s into the 1600s, when Spanish rule is cemented and crystallized. And these processes that we just outlined are now pretty much set in stone for the next couple hundred years. So, from about the 1520s into the 1550s, the Mexica people, at least in Tenochtitlan, were allowed a sort of form of self-rule, where they would elect a ruler who would then have to be approved by the Spanish, and oftentimes the Mexica would be alternating between the branches of the families in a similar way that they were doing before the Spanish arrived. But around 1563, the Spanish ultimately decide that they're going to make Tenochtitlan a city that has to pay direct tribute, just like all of the other surrounding cities. This is a huge problem because the people in Tenochtitlan were already vastly overworked. They were already experiencing coerced labor. But unfortunately, the King of Spain was strapped for cash and needed a quick infusion. So in 1564, a new tribute law goes into effect. The people of Tenochtitlan would have to pay 14,000 pesos to the crown, as well as substantial payments of corn. Obviously, this is incredibly upsetting for the Mexica people, and there's even Spanish people on the ground in Tenochtitlan who are telling the higher-ups, this is a terrible idea, don't do this. Tensions are rising, and in July, members of the Indigenous Council are arrested. Basically held hostage, the Spanish demand that the indigenous not only will have to give extra tribute now, but they're going to have to continue doing public works, essentially rebuilding the city of Tenochtitlan to make it look more European. The Spanish tell this indigenous council that 300 people are going to be arrested at random if they don't comply. Armed Spanish are going house to house, demanding tribute or arresting people. And at some point, a riot breaks out on the streets of Tenochtitlan. A guy by the name of Juan Batista was there, and he says, quote, "There was more raging and shouting, and they insulted the governor himself. A member of the indigenous council jumped in, separating people and restraining them. He had his staff of office on his shoulder. Suddenly, they grabbed it from him and were going to kill him. They ganged up together to kill him. They pulled his shirt off. Just naked was how they left him. They got Juan Cano out of there. He took out his sword so they would have to back off and let him go. Otherwise, he would have died at the people's hands. And while people were crying out, everybody gathered on the rooftops, and the Spaniards on their roofs. Some ran to hear what was happening at the Tecpan, and others ran away. The ones doing business at the market all came, and all the people in the houses came out, the old women and the old men, the children, the people of the Altepet. People threw stones at the upper floor of the building. They destroyed a floral carving that ran around the wall. Then a Spanish officer came and took out his sword and chased people. The Spaniards and some of the mestizos who were there all took out their swords and dispersed people. The women broke through the patio wall on the left side where people were flung. Men and women just climbed over each other so that they fell back and screamed and shouted. Many really got hurt, and they hammered one old woman's face. The Spanish officers gathered really fast and pursued people and dispersed them. Right away, they took people prisoner. The ones whom they collected, they took upstairs and put into the hands of the governor, who beat them. When they were beaten, their hands were tied. The Spaniards went to close all the roads everywhere. Everywhere, people were seized along the roads. They armed themselves with lances, shields, and other weapons." End quote. A bit of a chaotic and confusing quote there, but you get the sense of this rising tension and this violence that's breaking out and a dangerous and chaotic situation unfolding. Eventually, Cortez's son by Malinche, a guy by the name of Don Martin, arrives to break it up, and he helps disperse the crowds. But when all was said and done, the Spanish would sentence 46 people to be shaved, whipped, paraded through the streets, and sold into servitude for 2 to 5 years. The Spanish inspector who was sent by King Philip to figure out the situation in Tenochtitlan, first of all, a fairly delusional fellow, but he's especially delusional after the riot, not understanding that a people who ruled this empire for close to 200 years suddenly wouldn't want to start paying harsh tributes and help the Europeans polish their new buildings. This inspector, a guy by the name of Valderrama, after this riot breaks out, he wrote to King Philip II saying, quote, "One can't believe that this riot by a few Indians could have happened if they hadn't been incited to it, because besides the fact that they are naturally so obedient, the new tax has been of great benefit to them. An animal without reason understands and recognizes the good that is done for him, more than a man, even though he has a bit of reason. I have made a great effort to understand them, and the situation has not become clear." End quote. We see the civilizing mission here at work in that quote from Valderrama. He's genuinely perplexed why the Mexica won't just accept the new tribute. In his mind, the Mexica are lesser people. As he just said, they're more akin to animals. And an animal is naturally obedient. And an animal should understand when they are being brought into a civilization for the benefit of everybody. And that's what these taxes and tributes are going to do. And so I think it's important here to make note of that and pause a little bit, because the civilizing mission has multiple components. It's not just somebody like Cortez coming in and conquering. You also have these bureaucrats and administrators like Inspector Valderrama, who use things like taxes and tribute and labor systems to enforce their version of the civilizing mission. And of course, you have the priests and the friars doing their own version of this. So you can see that the Mexica are being hit on all sides. And what's interesting is that as the printing press is ramping up and as writings about what's going on in the former Aztec Empire are being proliferated both in Europe and in the Americas, the Mexica are actually reading about the civilizing mission while it's happening. And many were reading the writings in particular of one Bartolomé de las Casas. De las Casas is very famous historically for being someone that was on the initial missions of Columbus and someone who documented all the horrible things that Columbus was doing and largely disagreed with the inhumane treatment of the indigenous people. So historically speaking, De las Casas is often celebrated as being someone who, at the time period, recognized the immorality of the whole civilizing mission. And it's a nice way to show that, A, not everybody that was Spanish necessarily agreed with people like Columbus or Cortez. B, we can say that people at the time period did disagree and think differently morally, and that people at the time period knew that what the Spanish were doing here was wrong. But there's another element to this. Historian Helen Nader, in her paper, The One World and Two Americas of Hernando Cortez and Bartolomé de las Casas, talks about how even though de las Casas was generally a much more preferable moral figure from the indigenous perspective, de las Casas and Cortez were two sides of the same coin from a civilizing mission perspective. They both came from the same Spanish cultural upbringing, and they both have the same beliefs on what makes a people civilized or not. They both believed that living in towns or cities was one of those ideas. They just had different solutions to those problems. As we know, Cortez just conquered the Aztec Empire and called what they already had towns. De las Casas took a more educational and religious approach, where he wanted to bring people together into these towns so that he could implement his Christian version of reality onto them. So historians often compare the two men and their morals, or their lack of morals in Cortez's case, and I think it's right to do that, and it gives us a sense of the morality of the time period. But it's also perhaps ironic that both of these men are two sides of the same civilizing mission coin, and sort of the hubris of thinking that you can erase or replace or change another culture. Talking about this, historian Helen Nader says, quote, Las Casas limited his experience to the Caribbean islands and parts of Central America. Because he held the same values of civilization that Cortez did, however, he refused to recognize as valid the non-urban migratory life of the native people he loved. He invented one scheme after another to organize them into self-governing towns. But even when Las Casas succeeded in organizing migrant Amerindians into towns according to his reforms, he found himself losing the battle to maintain their populations. He was convinced that the high mortality among the Amerindians was caused by the Spaniards, whom he charged with working with the Amerindians too hard and treating them cruelly. The irony is, of course, that bringing together inhabitants from many different islands and continents continuously exposed virgin populations to new diseases. Stripped of their traditional tribal society and unaccustomed to cooperating in the European mold of town citizenship, the new Amerindian towns became trapped in a cycle of resettlement and depopulation. Las Casas and other missionaries, by forcing the migratory Amerindians into towns, endangered their lives as surely as Cortés with his military conquest. Historians and popular writers have seen Cortés and Las Casas as opposites, the embodiments of all that was bad and good in Spanish Christian society. Focusing on their differences, however, obscures the great common ground that bound the two men together as Spaniards, with a single worldview and a common vocabulary. Soldier and priest shared the assumption that all civilized people lived in self-governing towns. This implicit acceptance of municipal self-governance shaped the ideas and careers of both Cortés, conqueror of the Amerindians, and Las Casas, defender of the Amerindians, and contributed to the success of one and the failure of the other. End quote. By the early 1600s, the dual-sided coin of the civilizing mission, the combination of smallpox, forced labor, depleted resources, the abuses of the tribute system, had severely impacted the indigenous population. By about 1610, there were only 25,000 or so left in and around Tenochtitlan. They were now a minority. But for the Spanish, the work had to continue. And the only answer to this problem of where is the labor source going to come from if the Mexica population is so low, the only answer is the African slave trade, which ramps up hugely during this time period, and especially to Mexico before the year 1600. African slaves worked in silver mines or as slaves on encomiendas and plantations. Many worked in Mexico City in textile shops or construction, helping to build the increasingly massive Mexico City. The Spanish decreed that slavery could now be inherited through the mother's side. And this came as a shock to the Mexica, who didn't do hereditary slavery, by the way. But this decree essentially ties all blacks to slavery permanently, although it was possible to be a free black during this period, but it wasn't common. Africans did have their own communities. They attended churches. They celebrated their culture in different ways. Sometimes they ran away to form maroon communities. They protested certain brutal killings. And the brutal killings happened. The increasing numbers of blacks scared the hell out of the Spanish, just as all slaves in all slave societies eventually scare their masters. On Easter week of 1612, there was a rumored plot that black leaders were going to overthrow the Spanish, divvy up the Spanish women amongst themselves, and kill all the Spanish men. It's possible, according to Camilla Townsend, that there was some sort of plot to protest a brutal killing of a female slave by a Spanish master in 1611, but that's unlikely because that particular protest already had its culprits arrested and flogged. So with rumors flying out of control and Spanish leaders in Tenochtitlan terrified, the Spanish took 28 men and 7 women to the town square in the center of Tenochtitlan, and they were hanged. It took 3 full hours to hang all of them. The authorities wanted to display the bodies on the streets of the cities, but the health officials and the priests had to stop them. So they displayed a few and piled up the rest in the basement of a building. African and indigenous slaves, as well as some Asians who were kidnapped in India or the Philippines by the Spanish and sent to the Americas, these people known as chinos, these slaves or forced labor groups, helped to turn Tenochtitlan into modern-day Mexico City. The Spanish ordered the permanent draining of Lake Texcoco. They used indigenous labor to build massive ditches and drainage systems. Indigenous sources say that thousands of Mexica would die in those irrigation ditches. From a leadership perspective, the Mexica people no longer had any say in who was going to be in charge in Tenochtitlan. Different factions of Spanish began to have very different views on how to rule Mexico and who should be in charge. Spanish born in the New World, known as Creoles, began to have very different interpretations of how to rule compared with Spanish born in Spain. You also began to see tension between indigenous and mestizo, which meant mix of Spanish and indigenous. And the tribute systems that the Spanish imposed on indigenous people began to exacerbate the differences between upper-class Mexica families and commoners. The tributes and the taxes, like most tributes and taxes historically, hit the common people much harder. Ultimately, a big part of this story is the Mexica moving on with life, quietly protesting by coming up with a census to demonstrate the unfairness of the tribute the Spanish imposed, continuing to work, trying to build consensus between the different classes and neighborhoods that had developed during this period, writing their own histories so that they wouldn't be forgotten, enduring, and sometimes even learning to love the products and the ideas and the structures that the Columbian Exchange brought to them. Whether it was the music or the writings or the food or increasingly, for many, Christianity. Camilla Townsend astutely points out, quote, "Have any of the world's peoples ever allowed themselves to be flattened by crisis forever?" End quote. So, despite the Columbian nightmare here that led to massive imbalances in power, disease, the flooding of their city and the destruction and rebuilding of it, legal restrictions for hundreds of years, unfair tribute systems, terrible poverty. Ultimately, this was not the story of the demise of a people. The works of history that they created and the enduring legacy of the people who survived all of this still give people something to look back on, and this stuff also gives people a promise of a future. Tezozomoc, one of these post-conquest indigenous chroniclers, says, quote, "What the ancestors came to do, what they came to establish, their writings, their renown, this history, their memory, will never perish, will never be forgotten in times to come. We shall always keep them, we sons, grandsons, younger brothers, great-great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren, we their descendants, and those yet to live, yet to be born, will go on telling of them, will go on celebrating them." End quote. The events and people of this story would go on to impact the rest of Mexican history, and we would see the Revolution of 1810 and the Revolution of 1910, leaving a legacy of indigenous continuing to struggle and make their lives better. There are currently about 1 million Nahua speakers in modern-day Mexico. So, of course, this story matters for the people who were involved in it and can directly trace their roots to the people who were involved in it. But it also should matter for the rest of us, too. As Camilla Townsend says, quote, We should listen for their sake, but we should also do it for our own. For who can say which is the more empowered, them or us, if we can speak to each other successfully across the chasm of time and difference? Do we ourselves not become both wiser and stronger every time we grasp the perspective of people whom we once dismissed? If you enjoyed this episode, you can subscribe on Patreon for bonus episodes and other perks. You can also join the Patreon for free to get a monthly recommendations email and a sneak peek at what's up next. You can support in other ways, of course, by leaving a rating or review in your podcast app, by following on social media, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, etc., by sharing with a friend, or simply by continuing to listen. You can also sign up for the email newsletter that I've been working on. Links to all of this stuff are in the show notes. Any comments or suggestions you can send to reflectinghistory@gmail.com. Thanks for listening. As always, that's it for now.